Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Osmania 4 Key World Cup 2025. We're back once again with the final match of the round of 32 weekend. It is going to be Chile taking on Germany to see who will continue their winners bracket run and who will have to make that run in the losers bracket. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth this time around by none other than Toph Daddy. How's it going, Toph?
It's going really good. I'm really excited to see this. We've seen a lot of upsets this weekend, which I was kind of surprised about. Peru taking the win over Brazil earlier this week, or I guess yesterday, actually. And then Argentina taking the win, upsetting a team that I think people were not expecting to get put into the losers bracket this early. But I'm excited to see how Germany might add to the list if they're able to perform. But they've got a tough opponent against them on the other side in Chile, the number 6 seed. So they've got a little bit of a wall to climb if they want to add their names to upset watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two very known commodities, and I mean, this could quickly turn into a bit of a David and Goliath match, but we have seen David win a lot more often than we're used to this weekend, like you mentioned. Do want to give a shout out to Italy taking down Indonesia as well, adding to that list of upsets. I think that was a simultaneous double header just a couple hours ago, so I mean, you never know. I mean, if Chile doesn't take this one seriously, Germany could absolutely pull it off. And we already have the roles coming out here. Chile looks to have won it. They're going to protect Rice 3, unsurprising. That is very much their bread and butter in terms of early game core jack. No, forget it.
Yeah, just, I mean, they've got one player in particular, I think, that everyone knows is going to destroy that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But one way or another, we do see Germany getting the protect out as well. They're going to go with Rice 2. An interesting selection after seeing Chile going ahead and protecting the Rice 3 and then banning a long no pick there. If I was going to make any predictions before this match, I actually would have thought Germany would have liked to keep the long notes open. That was where they performed the best on the qualifiers, so I would have expected them to kind of stick around the LN hybrid kind of work zone, with Chile being very, very comfortable in the Rice category, getting the number 1 overall seed on the on Rice 1 in qualifiers. So no surprise to see Chile, sticking around there. Germany just going a little bit off the what you call script, I suppose, but still shows a little bit of comfort on the Rice 2 if they're going to keep that ban. And then Chile actually going with a Rice 1 ban.
Yeah, pretty surprising. I think we're just getting rid of the, dare I say, bog standard style picks. Like the one slot traditionally for both Rice and LN are usually dare I say, the most comfortable style of pick for a lot of the players.
Certainly not long note 1.
I mean,
and honestly, Rice 1 probably isn't either. It's straightforward streams. I think Rice 1 in this case is just chokeable. It's short and it's easy to lose a lot of score just very quickly. LN1, I guess, timing hell. Certainly not comfortable for everyone. I think that's just a matter of Germany not feeling super comfortable on those types of maps.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense in that regard. Good reason to get rid of them. And I mean, Chile just wasting 0 time going immediately for their protect, wanting to get things started off on the right foot. No better map to do it on. I mean, this is round of 32 core jack, not something we've seen traditionally in years prior, so introducing it this early, we've already seen some incredibly high team scores on this particular pick, and just a absolute murderer's row on the side of Chile, and the aforementioned player I think we were both alluding to in the lobby as well. I'm willing to start a bet on the over-under of what that 300 count's going to look like.
Over-under 5 300s.
Oh god, I anybody else and I'd be like, I take the over 5, but with Miyuchi, I mean, there's some people that might actually take the under.
I'm certainly thinking about it. That it cannot be understated. That said, we expect Chile to have a very, very good team score. They are really, really good at early game accuracy, especially on the right side of things. And this is the pinnacle of that type of map, one that I think Chile is going to be very, very comfortable getting high ratios. But at the same time, because it's easy to get ratios on maps like that, it means that a team like Germany certainly has a way in if they're able to perform well on this.
Absolutely. Don't want to discount Germany before the map even starts. Anything can happen. This is a very volatile style of pick, and getting it underway, it is going to be Michael Mejor, Bambi, FNF, and Muji for Chile going up against Serbe, Eldarim, and Crusader of Sox for the Germans going into this first map.
Absolutely getting started with with the early burst. Accuracies quite close together across the board. Crusader of Sox being a little bit behind everyone else, and Chile taking a slight lead as a result of that. But still, certainly looks like the accuracy should keep Germany within striking range, especially if we start to see some mistakes from Chile. But we have a lot of map to go, and Serbe going to be the first drop, and Chile going to get a little bit of wiggle room there.
Yeah, I always like to say, when it comes to these court jack style picks, its 200 counts are detrimental, misses are absolutely fatal, and with Serbe being the first one to find the drop for the Germans, that's going to spot Chile about 9,000 points just off of that singular miss. Accuracy notwithstanding, there is a tiny bit of a deficit that Germany is also carrying with them, but I mean, Chile just looking the epitome of consistency. All three of their players just approaching that 100% mark, 99.98 being the minimum for them, as they just look to be in absolute sync. That UR bar looking absolutely pristine in dead center as Germany tries to make the recovery run now with half the map left to go here.
Yeah, good recovery from Serbe, building up that accuracy again, 99.84. Certainly not bad with the mistake coming earlier on, but 12,000 points is certainly a lot to come back from on a map like this, and requires probably at this point 2 misses from Chile. But with Crusader of Sox missing there, it's going to be an even bigger lead for Chile. And Muji, after dropping earlier, actually had 100% again for a second there.
I mean, I think everybody's just on watch here, but I mean, shout out to the supporting cast, Maiko and Bambi. Also not too far behind. Only losing, what, 100th of a percent going into the last quarter of the map from that perch that they have been on. Crusader of Sox finding yet another drop, going to help extend this lead for the Chileans. But I mean, the damage already done very early on. And from this position, it would take a complete meltdown from the Chileans. Muji back up to 100% accuracy. If you were the ones that bet on the under, you're going to be looking at that 300 count from Muji just to see what that number is, because it is going to be extremely low. This is going to be an insane team score from the Chileans as we come down to the last couple of bursts here.
Looking at a potential triple 999k. Crusader Sox unfortunately going to find another break, but I think all eyes are just on this Chilean team, particularly Muji. Doesn't hold on to the 100% in that final burst, but what is that? 10! 10! Lost only 200 points total, and Bambi just missing out on the 999k. But what a team score from Chile there.
Near perfection is the name of the game here. The entire 300 count from Chile beats out the lowest 300 count from any of the Germans. That is an insane level of consistency. Unsurprising that they went for that as their protect and their first pick. Just intimately comfortable with that Rice 3 map. And I mean, Germany, for what it's worth, that is a very good team score on their side as well, rivaling some of the teams that are around their seeding range. But I mean, unfortunately, just running into the brick wall that is Chile, and gonna need to collect themselves a little bit. Their first pick coming up here, going immediately for Rice 2 here.
Yeah, sticking with their protect. So both protects now out of the way. Germany going to try to take a point back and keep this a tie game. But I mentioned it. Chile had the #1 score on the Rice 1 in qualifiers. It's a scary thing to go up against a team like Chile and, you know, pick into what is potentially their strongest suit in the, you know, in that Rice 2 with the really consistent jump stream patterns.
Yeah, this is one of those where, yes, it might be one of Germany's most comfortable picks, but it is also, unfortunately, probably one of Chile's most comfortable picks as well, Rice 3 notwithstanding. I mean, you only get one protect, so gotta go with what you're most comfortable with. But like you were saying, just the gotta make the effort. You can't get to the show if you don't buy a ticket. So I mean, anything can happen. Just shy of just over 2 minutes here of a map to work with. Who knows, maybe you just catch somebody on a bad run. There's some patterns that can be a little hard to read, especially when nerves start to get involved here and there. that you can maybe take advantage of if you are Germany. Medium Keck going to be coming in here to round out the roster for the Germans, and Antarex stepping in for Chile as well in favor of Bambi. So a couple of switch ups here. Gonna see how everybody does perform. An opportunity for Germany to try and keep things level here. Chile maybe chomping at the bit here just to try and get that first break point as well. So have to see how it goes.
Absolutely, and we see the good luck messages coming in. We've got our teams of 3, like you said, Antrax, Michael Mahor, and Mucci there for Chile, and Medium Keck, Ilderum, and Crusader of Sock sticking in for Germany on their Protect. Chile looking for a break point. Germany trying to keep this a tie game on the Rice 2. When we get to the opening patterns, nothing too bad so far, but it builds up pretty quick. We're into the jump stream now, no one finding any real issues, but accuracy does find a little bit of a drop on Germany's side. The technically dropping below the 99.7s in that early burst section. Meanwhile, everyone on Chile still above 99.92, flexing their accuracy muscles once again, but this score lead, not huge, only about 2,000 points, and certainly within striking range for Germany to take advantage of any mistakes that come from Chile.
Absolutely. Everybody on Germany just about 0.1% behind their Chilean counterparts, each one basically giving over their fair share of about 1,000 points, accounting for this 4,000 point cushion that Chile is working with for the moment, but absolutely not in any way, shape, or form a safe form of a lead for the Chileans. Going to need to keep up this level of consistency if they want to stave off any potential German advances here. But as things stand, the lead is only growing for the Chileans going into the back half of the map. The lead now growing to about 7,000 points as just little hundreds of a percent. No, I mean, real errors, but Maiko going to be the first one to find the drop in the lobby overall. Going to shrink this lead for the Chileans to about 4,000 points, giving Germany a real opening to maybe make a dent in this overall lead.
Yeah, and that lead continues to shrink. Michael at about 300 combos still has a little bit of time. Germany likely not going to take the lead off of that, but certainly even closer as we get into the last quarter of the map. Michael now above 400 combo, keeping the advantage in the side of Chile for now, but still 3 full combos on Germany, keeping it close. We just have a few patterns left. Chile just needs to hold on, but Medium Keck is going to be the drop, and that might be the nail in the coffin for this pick. Chile looking like they're going to be able to take an early break point against Germany.
Yeah, last couple of streams raining down here, last couple of notes, no real danger points left. And as you said, Chile going to pick up that first break point in this match to make it a quick 2-0. The singular blemish from Maiko being the only thing stopping them from joining the V1SSs of Antarex and Miucci. And pretty good performances on the side of Germany, the double FC on their side from Crusader and Ilderim, but not enough to see themselves get that point. And now Chile back up to pick once again, going straight for LN2.
Yeah, moving into a different pool, going into the long note pool. This one definitely the easiest of the 3 long note picks, going to be our density pick. Really straightforward, really good to get accuracy on, and I imagine that's where Chile is kind of keeping their head at, because the remaining Rice picks are the 3 tech picks, and those are certainly more volatile. And I think Chile wants to avoid volatile picks in a match like this, where Germany is clearly showing that they can keep up with a combo game, and singular misses in tech picks like the Rice 4, 5, and 6 can mean a lot of score difference, and Germany certainly has the opportunity to take points on stuff like that. But LN2, a lot more straightforward, a lot more, I think, comfortable for accuracy players, and we're actually maybe going to see Mucci dropping out for this map.
Yeah, when it comes to these more straightforward LN style picks, I know in tournaments past, just based on historical knowledge, their keyboard loves to troll them every now and again. Just little chatter, a little bit of double tap every now and again when it comes to these long note picks. So maybe just playing it safe, maybe just giving an opportunity for the rest of the team to maybe show off what they are made of. I know we spend a lot of time just giving them the plaudits that, I mean, they relatively deserve at this point. But I mean, Naito Mare Antarex, Bambi, very formidable roster, especially on the LM picks, Medium Keck, Siewin, and Survey, going to be the German trio that are going to try and contest, try and get that breakpoint back, try to ensure that this lead doesn't spiral out of control in favor of the Chileans here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have our squads of 3. Look, we see the good luck, have fun coming out in chat. Germany trying to get a break point now. Chile trying to bring it up to a 3-0 lead, but Germany a break point behind needs to find one at some point if they want a chance to get back into this match.
So here we go, waiting for Bancho to keep everything in sync. Looks like everybody did manage to load in. Here we go, first couple of notes begin to rain down. Not the most difficult of starts, but you definitely want to get things off on the right foot, especially if you are Germany. Don't want to spot an insurmountable advantage over to your opponents here. And as things stand, only about 2,000 points as everybody climbs up to that 400 combo cap. The one good thing about these density style picks is that getting up to that margin is relatively quick. So if anybody were to find a drop anywhere past this, the road to recovery would be relatively straightforward, wouldn't bleed over too many points. But as it stands, all 6 players in this lobby handling the first quarter of this map with relative ease here.
Yeah, all 6 players holding on to the combo. Chile having a slight accuracy advantage, 2 players above 99.9%. Naito not too far behind as well. All 3 players on Germany right around that 99.7% range. But with 6 full combos, Chile certainly has the advantage. But 6,000 points on a map like this, it can be very easy to find chain misses all in a row, especially with how dense it gets at some points. So certainly it's still room for mistakes, but Chile looking very strong so far.
Yeah, we just see the levels to the performance overall as a team. In the previous match, it was basically, what, 0.1%, all 3 counterparts of Germany being behind. Now it's about 0.2%, and we can see it reflected in the scoreline as it stands. Going into the back half of the map now, 12,000 points, the advantage for the Chileans. Falling off that 99.9 perch now are both Antarex and Bambi, but still holding firm in that high 99.8 range, just doing more than enough to stave off the likes of Siewin and Survey, who are holding on to the highest accuracies for the Germans for the moment here. All 6 FCs still remarkably intact here going into the last quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive scores across the board as we get into the final chorus section. Coming up on 3,000 combo, the accuracy lead still well in favor of Chile. 16,000 points of difference just off of the accuracy. And we may be looking at a 6-way full combo. And unfortunately for Germany, a 6-way full combo does not work out in their favor. Chile trying to lock down their 3rd point. It looks like they will be able to do it.
Yeah, very impressive performances across the board. It's just that comfort with the accuracy at the end of the day. 20,000 points does not do justice to the fact that there are 6 FCs in the lobby, but it's just too much for the Germans to handle here. Basically half of the ratio for the Chileans to get themselves that 3rd point here. And now Germany looking to try and find something to kind of sink their teeth into, starting to look a little out of control, but can definitely be wrangled back if they can get that one pick, that one little silver bullet to get themselves back into this match. It's just a matter of, what do you go for here?
Yeah, I mean, the Rice 2 almost kind of worked out. We saw this coming from Chile on the Rice 2, so I could see them digging back into the Rice pool. But no, they're actually going to stick into the hybrid pool and going to go with our Osu original. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name of that song, but it's our Osu original, and that's exciting to see. But just trying to find something, maybe on the news side, trying everything that they have at their disposal to see if they can get one in on Chile.
Absolutely. It's one of those where I think very frequently we see teams kind of try and stick to their guns a little too much, where they keep going back to categories where they've lost points in, just like trying to find the one that works. And here we do see that like strategy switch up, just going for something a little bit different, something a little bit more off the wall, a little bit less conventional, and see if maybe they can catch Chile unawares on something like Hybrid 2 here. So yeah, to see who checks in for this. We do have our specialists one way or another. Which three are going to be the ones for both teams to step in when we start to mix things up a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And this map, no slouch on the awkward patterns, a very heavy shield-based hybrid type map. So the long notes are going to be a little bit intrusive, and you're going to have some pretty tough mini-jack patterns that are just asking you to let go of these long notes too early. So a bit of a tough cookie here, and we'll have to see if Germany is able to take a point off of Chile on a bit of a wild card victory.
For sure. So looks like Mewtwo's gonna step back in for this. Anthrax Bambi holding down the fort very nicely on the prior couple of picks. And no substitutions for Germany. This looks to be their hybrid-based roster. Medium Kexiewen and Survey looking to try and notch a point on the board here. Chile looking to try and make this a match point situation right out of the gate here. Gonna have to see if they can do so. One of the longer maps in the pool overall gives some leeway if there are mistakes, but definitely don't want to if you can avoid it here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go, underway on our Hybrid 2. Early accuracy lead once again for Chile. Not as big as we've seen, though. Mewtwo, of course, being... Mewtwo actually being behind the other Chilean players at this point. So a little bit of an opening there as the Germans sticking around that 99.7, just like they did on the LN2 selection. But with Bambi FNF holding down the fort at that 99.94, it's a hard road in, especially with a miss from CI Win.
Yeah, early drops here in the first quarter going to give Chile a bit extra of a buffer to work with, already growing that advantage to the tune of about 10,000 points as we continue on here. And it was a pretty nasty miss overall as well in the grand scheme of things, dropping down into that mid 99% range where we've seen that the bar has been in that like 99.7, 99.8 range to try and keep yourself within touching distance of a mistake here. So now Chile maybe having a couple of misses in the back pocket to work with as well, but with the way they've been playing, mistakes have been few and far to come by for them. So trying to claw this lead back for the Germans is going to be a bit of a tough road as we cross over to the halfway point of the map.
Yeah, it's still a three-way full combo for Chile. The two full combos outside of just Siewin's miss are staying intact for Germany, but the accuracy is a big deal right now on top of the combo breaks. It's another situation where Germany could find their way in, but Survey actually going to be finding a miss there as well, and Chile's lead just blowing up even more, 25,000 and growing right now, going into the final third of the map. And it looks like, at this point, it looks like Chile will not be slowing down.
Absolutely not. I mean, there's still a third of the map left to go, but I mean, 30,000 points of an advantage. They can start, I don't want to say start taking their foot off the gas, but I mean, as things stand, I can only see the accuracies increasing. We said Mewtwo had a bit of a slow start to kick things off here, already starting to rival their teammate Bambi in terms of accuracy, 99.9 for them. Anthrax still bringing up the rear here, 99.86 still, and just heads and shoulders above the accuracies of the Germans for the moment here, and the lead is only growing, 35,000 points going into this outro.
Yeah, absolutely. Final few patterns. Tough burst there at the end, but Chile holding strong through it. Medium Keck also looking like they're going to pull off a full combo as long as they get through this ending. But that full combo is not going to be enough against the juggernaut that is the Chilean squad with a triple full combo.
Very little Germany could do there in that situation. I mean, when your opponents are on, they are absolutely on it. You just have to tip your cap to them. It's like, all right, this was the best we could do in the best of circumstances, and clearly the the ratio difference is what's being the undoing for Germany. They're hardly putting a foot wrong here. A couple misses here and there, human performances, but when you're dealing with near metronomic perfection on the other side, I mean, there's not much you can do, and Chile just immediately gonna go for that Rice 4 pick to try and close things out here.
yeah, everything kind of working in Chile's favor. The Rice maps, both of the more straightforward ones, already out of the way. The LN and hybrid picks that have already gone through, going very well for Chile. Just trying to find something maybe that they're more comfortable with than the rest of the pool. And I've seen this particular tech map being pretty popular this weekend, so I'm not surprised to see Chile wanting to potentially use that to close out the match.
Yeah, we always allude to that double-edged sword with tech picks, where it's like with some of the tricky patterning and with some of the unconventional snap patterns found throughout them could maybe provide some openings, but I mean, with how Chile has been performing, the consistency being shown by them, it'd be a bit of a hard ask. Germany would need to really ensure, like a three-way FC is like, I would say, the minimum for them to try and ensure that they're in a prime position to try and capitalize on any potential drops from the Chileans, because I mean, they're not infallible. We have seen a couple of misses, and there were some pretty close calls on some of the earlier Rice picks, but they seem to have cleaned it up. They've seemed to have shaken off any little cobwebs and little nerves here or there. We see Benji stepping in for the Chileans, a nice little cameo appearance for them as they get their little couple minutes in the spotlight as well. See who comes in for the Germans to round out their trio. Crusader, Sox, and Survey waiting in the wings to get this map underway by the looks of it.
Yeah, and we saw in chat Ilderum in the chat for Germany just need to move to the right slot. So we've got our teams. It looks like Mewtwo, Benji, and Michael in for Chile. Ilderum, Crusader, Sox, and Survey. It's going to be Germany's potential last stand in the winner's bracket. They're going to have to pull off a reverse sweep if they want their winner's bracket lives to stay possible. But they have a tough opponent against them, especially on a tech pick like this with their incredible accuracy on the side of Chile. But if a comeback happens, it has to start now.
Yeah, a bit of last chance saloon here for the Germans. I mean, thankfully not the worst of punishments if they were to fall here, but ooh, an early miss from Maiko to start things off here. Gonna wait and see if that wasn't just maybe a bit of a Bancho lag spike, but I don't see the accuracy recovering, so an organic miss for Chile. Already losing one of their FCs right out of the gate. The only saving grace is the fact that it happened within, what, like the first 50 nodes of the map, so maybe won't do the most damage as their accuracy begins to recover, and they've already taken the lead back from Germany to the tune of about 2,000 points off the back of both Mewtwo and Benji's overall performance through this introduction here.
Yeah, this map, breakneck speeds really quickly, doesn't really have any stopping points either. Already seeing a little bit of accuracy struggles from Germany, at least in comparison to Chile, but sticking around the 99.7 as they have been pretty consistently throughout this match. Mewtwo, of course, 99.98, not much to be said there, but Chile's accuracy just another beast right now.
Absolutely. When they're firing on all cylinders, it is very hard to stop this roster from just absolutely popping off. And I mean, we've seen it in years past. They've been able to put performances like this together. It shows in the seeding as well, just constantly improving year after year. And I mean, as it stands right now, 6,000 points to the good halfway through the map. And I mean, Germany, for all it's worth, they've, like I said, have hardly put a foot wrong in this match so far. It's just that there are levels to the overall performance that are being put on display here. And against anybody else, maybe a bit closer in terms of competitiveness, but Ilderum finding a drop for the Germans, going to increase this lead for the Chileans. 23,000 points now going into the last quarter of the map, and it's going to take an absolute collapse here at this point to try and get Germany back on into this.
Yeah, the accuracy troubles for Germany on top of just need to recover from a full miss. Not going, and that isn't a traded miss there either from Ilderum. It might look like it's one miss to one miss, but like you said early on, Michael's miss was within the first 10 nodes, which means that that's going to have less of an impact on overall score since they hadn't gotten to that 400 combo cap for the score, and it's showing at this point. Michael coming up to the end. Coming up to the end of the map with just about 2,000 combo alongside their teammates, and the one miss, too much to overcome for Germany, with Chile taking the win. A V1 double S from Michael just outside of that one miss, and there's another score up there that I don't want to look at, but Chile just putting on a performance.
Absolutely. That is very much a nice little bow on proceedings here. A swift 5-0 to punch their way into the round of 16. Germany, just unfortunate luck of the draw, finding a absolute brick wall in this Chilean roster. Look, gonna be excited to see how they do in that losers bracket. Hopefully they can make the run there, recuperate a little bit, and maybe show us what they are made of against teams of a similar seeding to them. But that will do it. The round of 32 is now officially over. The 16 winners and 16 losers have been decided. And I mean, there's only, a couple things left to do before we sign off for the weekend proper?
Yeah, we've got one more stream coming up. And, unlike normal, there's going to be a little bit of a delay before we have our map pool showcase for the round of 16, where we'll be showing all of you lovely people the map pool that the players will be playing on next week, with more stakes, especially in that losers bracket where teams are going to start getting eliminated. But like I said, there's going to be a little bit of delay. It's going to be in about 6.5 hours. 0 UTC, I believe, is the time that we're having the round of 16 map pool showcase. But not much left to do outside of that.
Yeah, a whole bunch of high-flying action, a lot of upsets, but man, I really wish there was a way I could show my support. There are teams in this tournament that I am so glad I am seeing once again, and I just want to show that I support those teams in particular. I wish I could show all 32 teams my support, but man, I am just, there's just gotta be something I can do. Toph, can you enlighten me a little bit as to what I could possibly do to really show what this tournament and these teams mean to me?
Well, you are in luck, Sparky, because I can absolutely tell you that on the Osu store, you can buy banners for these teams. A banner that goes on your profile for $2.50 USD. You can get that for your profile, where it'll show the whole world what team you're supporting. It's for any of the 32 teams that are in this tournament. Of course, all 32 still alive in the tournament with an opportunity to stay alive and make their run. And on top of that, you can buy more than one. So if you support more than one team, you can have more than one banner on your profile. How does that sound, Sparky?
Oh, that sounds incredible. Is there, I'm super indecisive. Maybe I can get all 32. What happens if maybe I instead of choosing all 32, I just go with one, that one special team? What happens if maybe, I don't know, what happens if they win this year's edition of the World Cup?
That is a wonderful question, Sparky, because if you buy a banner and it goes on your profile and that team wins the Oceania 4Key World Cup 2025, you get to keep that banner for an extra long time until next year's iteration. So a little bit of incentive to pick the team that you want to win, or if you don't want to play luck, just buy all 32 banners and you're guaranteed to get that one banner for the rest of the year.
Oh, that sounds absolutely incredible. I'm going to go ahead and run on over to the O store and get myself a banner today. But with that being said, that will do it for us here. As Toph mentioned, round of 16 showcase is going to be happening at 0 UTC. Definitely bit of a gap between then. So go ahead, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll catch you guys on the flip side. Take care, y'all.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Osimenia 4K World Cup 2025 round of 32, and we are going to be having An interesting match between these two teams. We'll be having Indonesia seed 11 versus Italy at seed 22, and I'm confident that these two teams will be able to perform well because, man, every team has been giving it their all, and I expect nothing less from these two teams. I am Lively Peninsula, and commentating with me is none other than Juan Crystal. Hello, how are you doing, man?
Hello, hello. I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. I'm excited for this match. Indonesia versus Italy. Well, it's kind of funny because I got to commentate Poland before. Now I get to commentate Indonesia, so I'm just like commentating both teams' reverse versions of each other. But anyways, leaving that aside, teams looking pretty strong this year, honestly. I think Indonesia always been a pretty historic team. I mean, you've seen it, fighting for finals in the past, like getting into the top 6 and whatnot. This year, though, a little bit behind the seedings, but I think their team looks great. And Italy's a team of surprises. I've seen them also upsetting many teams before. They used to be a pretty good Rise team, but this year on the seed 22, both teams are looking to find their spot in the round 16. Winners bracket, obviously.
Okay, well that's true. Although, I have to say, Italy usually is in this range. I think last year they were like 21st. So, wasn't really that much of a difference?
The seeds tends to be between the mid-range, but I recall like some years where they had like some deep runs, like they know that how to perform to get there. They've seen that before. It's not as frequent as Indonesia. I would say that Indonesia seems to be like the team that always gets there. Italy, having done it before, I think they might produce an upset here, maybe as some bit of a surprise. But
maybe.
I mean, of course, the favorites here are Indonesia. I wouldn't deny that.
I mean, obviously, if you look at the seed on face value, it's going to be them who will definitely be having their up the edge. And, as you were saying, I was looking at some statistics on the previous World Cups, right, Juan? And I'm seeing that in the qualifier, Italy is usually around this range. So sometimes they're in the 20, 21, 22, 24, and once actually they seeded 18th. So this seed from Italy is not too bad. So do we already have the players here in the lobby? I have a feeling not, so not gonna lie. I think what I will be predicting here is, with the lower seeded teams, there's always a trend where they perform good on Rise. The problem is, usually with the lower seeded teams, they perform a bit worse on Ellens and Hybrids. And the thing about higher seeded teams is they also do well on Rise, so it's not like the other two skill sets it's not like that skill set will be compromised, and they are also more well-rounded. So that's gonna be my question here. Can Italy overpower Indonesia on the Rise department? Which I think is going to be a really tough ask to do. Especially with Indonesia's history of being very consistent on that skill set.
I mean, I was trying to compare the two teams in the qualifiers for this year specifically, and they have a couple picks where they were fairly close in terms of seeding, but not necessarily in terms of scoring, because something that's pretty frequent to see, like let's pick, for example, Hybrid 1, a map that both teams were pretty close. It was Indonesia 16, Italy 22. There were 20,000 points of difference between the two teams in that particular map. So even though the seed discrepancy is not as big, the score difference is quite big, because that's the same difference between China and Indonesia in that same map, which is pretty huge. But we have some closer outliers, I will say. Like, for example, Rise 3. Like, Rise 3, the difference between the two is less than 10k. Because Italy got seed 13 in there, Indonesia got 5 actually, which is a bit worrying, I think, if you're Italian, because it seems like the things where Italy's most strong at, which would be maybe tech, dumpy, later game-ish Rise, Indonesia's also pretty good at that. Like, for the seeds, they are both very comparable and balanced, and they're not that far apart, but Indonesia seems to be just Italy, but a step above, if that makes sense.
It is true, but look at Future Dominators. It's only 3k points of difference, which I find a very interesting statistic here. Because if you compare that to loss, there's a 20k point difference, while here in Future Dominators it's only a 3k difference. So part of me, wait a minute. Now that I mentioned that, look at what they're protecting. Indonesia is now protecting LN too, which is the density pick. So I'm like, really? Then again, Lost of Lost is more accurate, so I think Indonesia's banking on the fact that they potentially have a better LN accuracy than Italy here.
Yeah, I would say that even though they are both the same type of pick, they're not that comparable, right? Future Domination is way faster, way denser, I feel, which sort of suits, I think, the Rice playstyle a little bit better. And in this particular case, like, LN2 is a bit slower and more, like, it has more releasing component, I guess, where it's something that Indonesia can feel comfortable with, and I will not be surprised if there is a big gap between the two teams there. And it's going to be Hybrid 3 banned by Italy here, and Rice 3 being banned by Indonesia. So we're not going to be seeing any core jacks today, or at least this match. We're not going to be seeing any distant relatives today.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I guess since you won't be able to see your distant relatives, I guess you could say bygone to your friends.
Oh my god.
I had to continue that, okay? Alright, so...
I take that. We have to be doing commentary ones.
Wait, what was the ban? Korjak, right?
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie, okay? That could not end well. Because I just have this gut feeling that while Italy may have really good accuracy, they might have the tendency to miss on a Korjak pick. So I feel like Indonesia here is trying to play it safe, because they might think that they will also choke on this pick. So I guess banning Rice 3 is just one of those, like, okay, we're probably gonna choke on this, and let's just assume that Italy is consistent. Because if you miss on a Korjak, the score difference will be very volatile, meaning it can change really fast even with just one bad judgment.
Yeah, usually when you have this very close, like, tight accuracy battles, which seems to be the case in most Korjak picks, any miss is insanely crucial, because you're seeing, like, double-digit ratios across the board, most certainly, or most likely, at this stage of the game. And a miss there, like, a miss could cost you like 5k, and the difference between every player is less than 1k, most certainly, and a miss just defines the game in that particular pick. But to be honest, I'm not surprised that Indonesia went for a Rice 3. Like, despite Italy not being the consistency kings, if you will, they are very good at accuracy. So, I mean, they may just not want to take the risk. They feel that probably they have the advantage on LNs and hybrids, so just taking one of the things that Italy can just high roll, it seems okay to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I think they can still take any other Rice pick. Like, Indonesia, I feel, has what it takes to you know, break points on Italy in things like tech, or maybe even the jump stream map, I would say.
That's fair enough. Huh. LN1 is quite the interesting start. I think they're just basing off the fact that they have a better loss score by a pretty significant margin. So I think it's a pretty good pick. I forgot what their protects were, by the way. Wait, let me double check. Was it LN1?
It was LN2.
Sorry.
It was LN2.
It was LN2. Okay. My bad. Okay, I think it's a pretty good protect. Pretty good pick rather. If they picked LN2 and that was their protect, I don't think this was the right time to pick their protect. Especially since they have, like, the upper hand. Because, like, you know, there's, like, two mindsets here, I think. Indonesia's gonna be like, okay, let's try to win as many as we can. And for Italy, it's like, let's try to win the first point as much as possible. I think that's, like, different mindsets here.
Okay, if we could go then, first map of the match here, starting with the core, starting with the hands over there. And as it starts, it seems like Indonesia's just gonna have a slight accuracy lead, but oh, one bite. Oof, that was a pretty big accuracy drop there. That's gonna put them in a danger zone, I'll say. Italy's starting to come back off of that mistake. They seem that they're just struggling quite a lot with this pick. What is happening with one bite? Are they dragging? Yeah, they seem that they are dragging the releases a lot. Did they forgot to turn off Percy?
Well, if it was Percy, they would have been releasing much earlier, don't you think? I feel like it's an offset issue or maybe a scroll speed issue even. Because this looks a bit weird indeed. But like if you look, they're able to hold on to that full combo. So I think the patterning isn't the problem. It could definitely well be offset here.
Oh, what an unfortunate thing, because the accuracy is so low compared to everybody else, 1% behind. I don't think this is much recoverable, honestly. Like, Italy will need to crash quite badly in this particular pick if they intend to recover from this. Like, Indonesia not looking great. Yeah, and Reggie, of course, are destroying this map, and by themselves, they're one, maybe two steps above the rest of the Italians, other than Angela, who's performing really well as well. But the difference is still going to be in favor of Italy, and as much as One Bite's trying to catch up.
Well, here's the thing though. I have a feeling if I were to choose a team to 3-way FC more, I would trust Indonesia slightly more. Because I think there's still some parts in the later parts of this where players can miss. Now,
Surely, but there's no time. The map's almost over.
And, well, actually, yeah, the lead's actually increasing. I think off of Ya and Ray's also going down in accuracy a little bit. So, I don't know what happened. You know what? I suspect this could also be a resolution issue. Or maybe an FPS issue at that. Because some of the Ellen releases looked really late from One Bite. So that's a bit of a weird thing. So what happened? Then again...
That's an insane score by Reggie, by the way. 995.4. B1SS 10-to-1 ratio. Really good score by Reggie as well. And Angela, like pretty nice scores in general. They're wondering what just happened. Angela doesn't seem to be the kind of player who was expecting this.
Yeah, they seem to be in disbelief right now. Something I realized is it's only One Bite who got any but judgments. The rest only got a 200 or less. In fact, Ray with the V1SS. However, even with this, I don't think Ellen is the way to go. Because, you know, One Bite seeing this, I'm sure they'll be like, okay, it's time to fix this issue right now. I think Italy has to go Rice. Either way.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they seem to agree with you as well, because they're going to go for Jump Stream here, Heaven's Station. And, I mean, if you think, like, very strategically and kind of evil or devilish, like, you saw One Bite having problems with a lens. Don't you, like, immediately pick a lens so they don't have the time to fix their issue? That's kind of evil, honestly, but that could maybe be a strat, because Indonesia's gonna pick the rest of the lens and the rest of the hybrids anyway, so have your braille points. It's probably best to play them as soon as possible if they're not comfortable with it. But anyways, that being said, they're just gonna go for Rise instead.
Okay, I think Indonesia will have Fieri. I think it's gonna be Fieri here. Wait, how did you see that they're playing on 30 FPS? Is it in the chat or something?
They mentioned it on Twitch chat, yeah. One Bite just came to Twitch and said, bro, I'm playing on 30 FPSs. And that may explain it. Especially on the lens. Like, that's a problem.
Okay, so yeah, I as expected it's Fieri, but like, I would expect someone like even Albert to play, and Albert is a very consistent player. Well, not really, like, I think at least compared to like One Bite's accuracy, I think Albert's consistency in the accuracy department is slightly better. It's just that Albert has a tendency to miss here and there, so maybe that's why they're not putting Albert in. Still though, I wonder what plan Indonesia has in mind with One Bite's maybe a 30 FPS was fixed, hopefully. Let's take a look here. It's going to be the Jump Stream pick. I just hope that Italy didn't let their guard down, because I'm sure they're shocked right now.
Oh wow, Argentina won their pick, like broke points against Japan too. Wow.
Well, it's only 1 point, and there's still a lot. Oh, sorry about that. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Anyways. So now, seems like One Bite was able to fix the issue that they have. Again though, like what I'm saying, I just think that Italy has to try and play to their strengths, because they do not want to run the risk of Indonesia picking Ellen once again. And right now, it's clear as day that Indonesia sort of recovered, but right now Italy has the advantage. This is a pretty short match. Sorry, pretty short map. It's not. There's very little room for error here. Even with those like straightforward jump stream patterns, you still have some rolls and all that, so anything can go wrong here.
You have the one trails as well on the right hand over there, but no issue for any of the players here. The accuracies are equalizing, but it's mostly just Era Very who's pulling Italy ahead here, but it is so close. It's so flickery here, 400 points, but it just goes back and forth every time due to ratio disadvantages. But overall, I feel the accuracy is just 0.05 in favor of Italy here. Just barely though.
I think the difference between Simo and One White is actually deciding this. Same with Fier and Very. Like, actually, oh my, wow! No, it's literally, it's just One White and Simo here. Oh my goodness.
Ready versus Very, 0.2 in favor of Italy. Fier versus, oh, never mind, One Bite misses.
Oh,
they were
big.
really close, but at the end of the day, that miss is just gonna make it easier for everyone. No sweats.
Oh, Simo, I saw that they were holding the 3 keys. Oh, thank God they didn't lose their focus. And just like that, Italy is on a 2-0 lead unless something happens with these core jacks and rolls. Nope. What a clean score from Italy. I can't believe we're seeing this on a Seed 22 team. Are you... I think this year's MWC is just that insane. Very and Simo with 62 and 66. That's an absolutely insane performance. Fier and Ray had really good scores, but even with the full combo from One Bite, that wouldn't have been enough. Can I just say this is almost a full lobby V1 double S?
This is an entire V1 double S lobby. Like, I think without the miss by One Bite, they still lose this because ratio on Italy is better across the board. It's only Angela who has the worst ratio compared to everybody else, but Barry and Simo together have about the same amount of 300 counts as Fier alone, which is kind of nutty.
That's an insane run right now. Insane. Now, I don't know what does Indonesia go with now? Honestly, you know what? Go for a hybrid, because if you look, Italy did ban hybrid. Honestly, you know, considering that they banned the Jack pick, I might advise Indonesia against picking hybrid 2 or LN3. But if situations have to go to that, that's what they have to pick. It's just that if they're not that confident in core jacks, then I think they gotta avoid that. Picking the Protect is actually, in my opinion, the best choice right now.
Yeah, they need to get a point back at the game. They need to recover, like, you know, get their mindset of the game. After losing 2 points in a row, after losing their opening pick, actually, Indonesia needs to get back here. I think they still have a fair chance to recover and potentially win the match, but they need to get the train going. And for that, I think Protect is just always your safest bet, and even they have it available, may as well go for it. One Bite being replaced here, which I guess makes sense considering the technical issues they were having. We'll see if they have a roster to play with without him, though.
So it's gonna be Fier, and Ray. This is a very good team in Ellens. Fier, I know, is really consistent on many skill sets. Seems like Italy will have Nessunop come back in. Let me check. Yeah, Nessunop played LN1, and that's really the only change for Italy. Nessunop for Simo. As for Indonesia, we have I think it's for One Bite. Yeah, it is indeed.
Yep, I think that's the only swap. We're getting some talks on statistics side that Italy managed to get the third best score in the previous map across the entire tournament so far. So they are really good at jump streams.
So many teams have like popped off this map, this MWC, and I'm so happy to see that. But now our focus should be on how these two perform on a density pick. Right now, I would be expecting Indonesia to start gaining some traction in a bit, but looking at Fier versus the rest of Italy, that's really the only reason why this is close. Because look at Rei and yeah, they're both very adept to element density patterns, and this is no surprise to them right now.
Yeah, but on the other side, you see Fear struggling a little bit and quite behind compared to everybody in the Italian team. So scores are quite close. Like, yeah, Rei need to be performing top-notch like they are doing currently. Otherwise, they may lose that lead pretty quickly. They cannot really afford many mistakes at all.
I still think Italy is more prone to mistakes than Indonesia for LN picks. Because Indonesia historically has known to be great at LNs, and they're definitely showing it right now. Although they don't have Onta Bekasi anymore, which is what they had in the previous MWCs, they still have a really good roster, but that's a very
That's the cursed spot! Yeah, taking the spot on one bite, and that client seems to be the curse, unfortunately, for Indonesia, because Italy now takes the lead with a third of the map remaining.
But it's not over yet. There's still so much density sections. Look at the accuracy of Nasunop and Very. They're way behind Rei, but Fier dropping to 99.48 is not helping their cause right now. And actually, look at that lead. It's starting to get closer. As the LM density patterns start to increase, it's going to become closer and closer because I think Indonesia has the tools to come back. Italy can't afford a mistake.
It's just a miss, but the map is, you know, it's finishing. It's about to be done.
Oh man, I think that... Wait, this is the final stretch. 8,000 points. It's actually increasing. Italy is now ahead. 3-0. Assuming no disconnects happen. Well, everyone, Italy is ahead. 3-0 in this pick.
Those are great scores by Angela and Barry. It is the same for Reggie again, who gets a B1 double S against the Italians in the long notes. But wasn't one bite. This time it's Fear, who's struggling a little bit on the 200 count, and the miss by Yeah, kind of sentencing it by the end of it. And Indonesia seems to be in a really rough spot here. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. They must be as shocked as I am here. They lost 2 points that they picked themselves.
And looking at the chat, I think the Italians are just shocked right now. I don't think I think they're not able to process what's going on.
Wow, what is happening? I don't think many people expected this result so far, but props to Italy. Like, taking advantage, or like, you know, Indonesia's having some sort of difficulties because they are missing one of their players, but a team is a team of 6 players. Like, you need to have some backup in order to, you know, still fight for some of those points. And as much as One Bite was probably a crucial player for them, they just had misses anyway. Like, their third player struggling with accuracy, they having some misses. In general, Indonesia's just not looking like Indonesia today.
But you gotta have faith. I will say this right now to every person believing in the Indonesian side. Until it's reached 5 points, nothing is set in stone. I don't think it's over just yet. No matter what has happened, Indonesia is a team that was able to get third in 2023. I know they have what it takes to come back. And as for Italy, all they gotta do is try to not stop putting that foot on the gas. Because if you let Indonesia get 1 point, that's gonna be massive. Because it's just gonna be a domino effect, a potential domino effect for bad things to come. And this pick from Italy, it makes a lot of sense. Indonesia has had some moments where they missed. One player missed, and if Italy can pull calm with this, that's gonna be golden for them. Wait, so who's gonna... Okay, so... Wait, Rice Toady is Italian, okay. So who's Indonesia gonna have? I think it's about time to put Albert in, because I think Albert's very, very adept to Rice patterns. Or even Adiza, if Adiza's present. Oh, okay. I think they're pulling someone in. Just taking a look at the chat right now. There we go. Okay, one. They're gonna be putting in Albert in, which I think they should have done way earlier in this match. Because damage control is super important, especially now that you're down in a 3-0 position.
I mean, I'm not necessarily surprised by that move, but we'll have to see. Like, they need to be joining the lobby soon because they don't have much time, I think.
This is really risky for Italy, but at this point, you have to take risks. Without risks, you are not gonna be able to advance. And this is a great move in my opinion. This is exactly what they have to choose.
We're still waiting for the last player, the remaining player from Indonesia, to join the lobby here. Because Italy is in a bit of a, I mean, not Italy, Indonesia is in a bit of a cosmic crisis.
There we go. Oh, I like that. Well, Italy, well, I guess you could say that they have to make sure that this doesn't turn into a catastrophe.
Wow. That's great. I mean, I'm not sure if everyone saw that, but that's great.
I love this commentary video right now, Juan.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly why we're here. Again, here's what
I
I'm saying.
cannot think of a pun for the artist, but I'll try hard, I guess.
I mean, how do you even pronounce that? That's the better question.
True. DX?
DX?
DXA? I don't know.
Zixa? I don't know. Okay, so back to where I was. I'm just saying, they should have put Albert in. Ooh, what a start! I think Albert's hitting a bit early. That's, you know, bad starts are, people are prone to getting bad starts in this chart because of the nature of how it is. I think all Indonesia,
very weirdly.
It is very weird. With all of these jump jacks and all of the long jacks, if you could even call it that, at columns 1 and 4, it could really make your wrist unstable. And that's why Italy chose this. Trying to attack Indonesia's choking on sub-charts right now.
I think it was the same on the Malaysia versus Poland match. We saw a bit of a early rush at the very, very start of the map. And that's exactly what happened to Albert, who seems to be recovering by now. But, you know, against Italy, who's a really consistent Rise team, you can't really afford to have many of those mistakes. And as the map progresses, the accuracy from Italy seems untouchable. Like, there's no drops whatsoever into these birds. And the jacks are no issue either.
That is true. If you look at the accuracies of Very, Pierre, Ray, and Simo, they're kind of canceling each other. It's just the difference between Rise Toasty and Albert, which, to give credit to Albert, it's starting to decrease. But this chart does not get easier as it goes on. I have a bad hunch that one of these teams will start to get unstable because of how the nature of this chart is. You see those mini-jacks and anchors all across the 4 columns? It's gonna eventually make your wrists struggle if you're not paying attention. So now Italy is on the risk of trying to hold on, because that's all they have to do. They need to hold on because Indonesia is right up their necks right now. Even if it's only the 6,000 point lead, it's not over yet.
I could definitely see it. I'm looking at Rise Toasty's screen for the most part. They seem to be the ones struggling the most, but they are still pulling their combo through, and the hit concentration is quite tight compared to Albert, for example, who's the weaker link on Indonesia in this particular map. He seems to be rushing a little bit, trying to compensate for that patterning being a bit too tricky. But despite all the efforts, despite the triple FC, Albert is actually going to miss. And Italy is just gonna pull ahead even more, taking the 4th point in a row.
And just like that, Italy is in a position where they're up 4-0 despite the insane scores from Ray and Fier. That's not gonna be enough.
What is that score by Simo? What?
Wow! Simo and Very had insane scores, just matching both Fier and Ray. Rise Toasty did his job taking the 995 over Albert's 976. An amazing team score, amazing performance from Italy. It's all Italy right now in this match.
Wow. And on the other side of the globe, Argentina is now 3-1 up. What is going on with the lower seeds?
Hey, Juan.
Argentina.
You know what? I just want to say, it's Indonesia's pick right now. I don't know what they go with at this point. I don't think Love Potion is a good pick. It's definitely not a lovely situation to be in. I don't think Love Potion is the pick. Wait, I have to tell you this. I also don't think it's Rise 5. So if they don't pick Rise 5, I guess you could say it's not you who we're gonna pick. I'm sorry, Juan.
I mean, what do I do against this? I have no idea. This is kind of, you know, I don't know, cold or something. But anyways, hey, they are going for German pick. Woo!
I guess
So-
you can say.
Oh no, not again.
Don't worry.
They're furious. They're mad. No,
Yeah.
they're furious.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Juan.
No. I have not gotten my mate yet today. Oh, I did it. I did it before the remote button.
I will say this right now, okay? Italy right now is a front runner, but Indonesia can still close it out as an end closer. You gotta trust in your skills and your sparks. It's not over yet, guys.
Oh, it's certainly not.
Come
We've
on.
seen reverse sweeps in the past, and I think this is a scenario where a reverse sweep could still theoretically happen, because it feels like Italy took advantage of every single opportunity that Indonesia gave them, and that be either technical issues or roster issues. But if Indonesia can sort those out, even though Italy is looking insane in the Rise department, they lose one Rise pick and immediately everything turns around and Indonesia suddenly has a chance again. But for that they need to win their hybrids. I don't think we saw any hybrids yet. So
Okay.
kind of a up in the air moment here. We don't really know who will be the better team in this. If you see at the seeds, if you see at, you know, the qualifier scores, you'll say Indonesia has the upper hand, but if you see the seeds and the qualifier scores, this match should not be 4-0 in favor of Italy. So who do we trust
No.
anyway?
I don't even know what's going on.
Oh, we have an EC. I think we're gonna have to do a restart.
Oh, yeah, this has to be an abort. Wait, no, it's gotta be an abort.
Yep. There
Yep.
goes. Here
And-
is
and
back
it's-
again.
It's definitely valid because it happened at the very beginning.
Okay. So here we go again. As we were saying. Oh, how do you pronounce this? Because I'm pretty sure you don't pronounce this the way it reads, because it's German, right?
Is it German?
I think it is.
What even does this mean? I call it orange. I call this orange gentle. Orange. Oh my god. It's not orange gentle, it's orange gentle.
Yeah, but I was saying the name of the song.
I know, but like both of them are hard to pronounce. Just why?
I mean, Orange Gentle. That doesn't seem that bad. I think the title is Ufhaven or something like that.
Of Haven? Guy, I'm sorry to all the Germans that are in the chat. I'm so sorry for butchering this. I say Haven? Sorry guys.
I don't know. I mean, the map will not say this is German, so I blame the map.
True enough. Okay, so we are already having a very rocky start. You know, Italy has been so consistent this round. Like, with all the 4 charts, they've been really consistent that I don't even know who to trust.
I don't think they missed
here.
yet, did they?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what to trust right now.
I'm actually checking. I don't remember them missing at all.
They haven't, but at the same time, oh, this is starting to get very competitive. It's just the difference between Fier and Very, but with really high acts from Ray, and yeah, that's the only reason why this is very close. I'm scared. I am honestly scared, because this can still go. This could go either way, and now that and Ray's accuracies are going lower, it's almost time to really see who has it, because this
so
shark is
close. It's the same
Yeah.
as LN2, essentially. Like, you
but
have two players in
Lent-
Inter just peeking, and then one pulling them behind. And then you have Italy, everyone is on a 970k, like on 99.7 rather. Although
somehow,
Angel is performing a little bit better.
somehow Indonesia's actually slightly ahead. But I can't trust this right now, because it's only Angela who's countering Ray and while Nesnop and Very are considerably behind them, and now that Fier has caught up. Oh, but those 200s are not gonna help.
Yeah,
That's
the
gonna be
LNs.
massive.
Anytime you see Rise, Fear starts to pick up their game, but as soon as the Lens enter the territory, then they start to struggle. And the score lead is in Italy's side again. It will come down to this last third. These Lens are a bit tricky, especially to get good accuracy out of him. Fier is suffering quite a lot from him. See that hit concentration is going all over the place, right and left. On releases, on hit timings, this accuracy goes down, but so does Nesunov. And it equalizes even so slightly, but still a 2k lead in favor of Italy. It's only a quarter of the song remaining. Indo has to find something, or they're gonna be knocked down to the losers bracket. This would be the biggest upset of the tournament.
Not yet, not yet. There's a lot. I remember some players miss on this section, so it's not over yet. But I said no a while ago, because if you look at Fier's accuracy lowering, it's a lot more. But wait a second, it's getting closer.
It's shrinking. It's shrinking. They don't need time. They just need a miss anytime, and they will do it.
Italy,
can they go? They do not. Nesunov drop.
Nesunov drops. That could do it. But if any drops happen in Indonesia, there's still a chokeable part here.
They have it. They should have it.
No, it doesn't matter. Indonesia takes it. It's not over yet. This is what I was saying. It's not over yet. Italy has lost the point.
Begin.
And that's a very clean team score from both sides. No 100s, 50s. Very clean performances from everyone. Now Italy has to pick Rice, and Rice 5 is a great choice in hindsight, because this is an ultimate choke fest. If you miss here, it's over essentially, because of how short it is.
Kind of crazy. On the other side, it's also 4-1 in favor of Argentina. This is the hour of the upset, it seems. But Indonesia's not over yet. Indonesia managed to pull back and get a point for themselves. Now they need to break points twice and win their own one more time to force a tiebreaker here. But, I mean, I said it. The comeback stars on. Like, that's the momentum Indonesia was looking for. And I think they have the roster to put this match into equal status. I really think they do, but they need to be playing their absolute best. One misstep, one single mistake in Indonesia's out. No margin for error.
It's not over yet. I will say this right now. Both teams, it's not over yet. Indonesia shouldn't give up. Italy shouldn't let their guard down. So many factors can still change the outcome of this match. And now we're in a situation where it's gonna be a match point for every single one, because Italy is up 4-1. This is literally, so many things can just happen. So many things can go wrong. I can't wait to see how this goes. Just want to say this again to both sides. Nothing is over. Don't let your guard down and don't give up. Both teams have been playing well. It's really just some of the misses. That's it. And now it's on them to finish the deal or to extend to where they wanted to go and go the distance on this match.
Oh man. It is time. I mean, this is the shortest pick of the pool, isn't it? 145. Italy wants to end it quick. They just do. And honestly, I mean, what are we gonna do here, right? Italy destroying every single Rice pick so far they have played, but you could
Wait.
argue. What?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you could argue the jump stream was really favored for them. They went for Rice 6 afterwards, and they did really well too. They're just extremely consistent. They had their first miss in the entire match in the previous map. And that player is just not going to be playing this map either. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for Indonesia to capitalize off of this pick. Maybe get a break point. They will need Italy's concentration to disrupt somehow after losing their last pick.
Indeed, that's all they need right now. But every player in Italy, we've only seen one miss from them. But anything can still happen. It's not over. Oh man!
Certainly isn't. And you see the scores right now, they are very equal into the opener. We have the combo cap being reached here, 995, 995. Yeah, this is just insanely equal. It seems like Italy has a bit of an upper hand. You see Yeah and Angela, that seems to be the main difference between the two players on both sides. But the score is just going to be flickering all the time until one person starts to drag, starts to rush, or even finds a miss. And with a map this short, we're already halfway through. It's only 300 points of difference now.
Indeed, both teams are so close. We're in the situation again. It's just between Yeah and Angela. That's the only difference between these two teams. It's so close with all these hackers.
Watch out with Angela. Look at the hit concentration spreading a little bit. So is Simos. Indonesia seems quite consistent, so I think they may have a chance here to pull ahead, and they are shortly doing so. Yeah, needs to hold tight a little bit longer. Can they do it? They're starting to pull ahead. 500, 600, 700.
No!
Misses.
No! That's gonna be it. But wait, there's still some anchors here. There's so many Mini Jackson rolls that can change the outcome.
Just does not miss in Rice. They just have it locked in. The lead grows almost to the 5 digits, and Italy is through for the first time in the winners bracket.
Even with the full combo, it doesn't matter. Fear and Ray with the consistent 58, both of them MVPing, but that is it. Italy takes the match 5-1. What an upset. And on the other side, Argentina wins 5-1 as well against Japan. 2 upsets in the same block. What is this? What is this hour?
Despite Fear and Reyes Vesafos both having the exact same score here, 58-300, top score of the lobby, it isn't enough. The miss from Yeah, proving to be their undoing here at the end of the day.
I think
Italy overall just played better. That's just it. They were so consistent. They had insane accuracies on the Rice department. They took their chances on the LS where Indonesia struggled. And they are a very just winner, I think. Very well played by Italy here.
They deserve this. They were the better team. But you know what kind of makes me sad? You know what kind of makes me sad in this pool, if you don't mind me saying? Italy didn't pick frozen pizza.
Well, I mean, I guess you don't need your protect when you're winning by this much? Question mark?
That's so true. The pizza though, it was the pizza. Look, I'm so hungry for pizza right now. But anyways, what an upset, man. Both teams fought to the end, but only one could win, and that's Italy. I'm at a loss for words right now.
You know what's also kind of insane? If you see the betting, like people bet for whoever they think was gonna win, you bet channel points here. There's only 9 users who bet for Italy. Like there's only 5,000 points bet towards Italy and 1.2 million towards Indonesia. That's insane. That's how big of an upset this is. You want 370k Osu coins if you bet for Italy. Like the ratio is insane. I think it's like 1 to 300k or something, or 300 rather. That's kind of insane.
Indeed, very insane. I will say though, to the teams in the losers bracket, I think Seed 11, is it Seed 11? Oh, so is it Seed 11? Seed 11, right? Seed 11 and Seed 12. Wait, is it Seed 12? Sorry, I have my seeds mixed up. Seed 11 and Seed 12 are in the losers bracket.
And you are correct. That is absolutely correct. And Brazil as well, so that's Seed 13.
Wait, so you're saying Seeds 11, 12, and 13 are sent to the losers bracket?
And 15 as well. Like the only team from the bracket of 11 to 15 to pass is actually Philippines, so it's your team.
Hey! Hello! Hello! I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good. I don't think there's any other upset that happened so far. Like, it was Indo, Japan, Brazil, Spain. Those are the 4 times that the lower seed managed to pull away and win the match. We still have the next match coming, though, where we could see an upset as well. That's going to be Chile against the Germans. The good old Germany.
I think Chile is a very consistent team, but let's see.
I mean,
what
they're
a block of
6-6.
upset.
Like, they are a really good team.
Indeed, Chile is very consistent in every skill set. But we'll see. For now, though, I think that's all from us. Oh, wait. Don't forget, by the way, if you want to support your team... Indeed, if you want to support your team in the Mania World Cup, don't forget to buy your team banners. You never know, if your team wins, you'll be able to keep the banner for the entire year. If you want to be sure with keeping the banner for the entire year, you can wink buy all the 32 banners. I'm joking.
Right.
Don't do-
Yeah, you could do that. Your profit's gonna look a little bit weird, I think, but you do you. It's your choice. I'm kind of hungry. I kind of want to eat some banners now.
Same here. And is that all? Is that all from? Is that?
Well,
is
I
that
mean,
all
we're
from
only
you?
missing one more match today. It's Chile against Germany, but don't forget that after that we have the Maple Showcase. So stay tuned for I think it's gonna be 17:30, 17 or 18 UTC. It really depends on how long the match takes. But as soon as the match is over, stay tuned because we're gonna have the Maple Showcase as well for the round of 16, who's already looking to be cooking. You know, we have so many upsets. I kind of want to see the round of 16 happening right now.
Indeed.
So many close matches too.
I'm so happy it's close. I'm so happy to see a lot of teams pop off. But for now, this is it from us, One Crystal and Lively Peninsula. Thank you so much for having us, and good job to both teams. And
Take
for
care.
Indeed.
And for the what? Yeah, sure. Take care.
Just wanted to correct you, by the way. One, apparently the Maple Showcase will happen at 0 UTC.
Oh, okay.
Just
Never mind.
correcting, just making sure everyone is on the same page. But
Yeah,
that's
fine.
it from me and One Crystal. Thank you so much for having us here in the commentary booth. Good game well played to every teams, and stay tuned for the final match 2 hours from now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
待つことに慣れすぎて痛みさえ感じないの麻痺してる5段レベル刺激高いオーラまた求めてる視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりが飛びして今日もどっと降り積もる雪にそっと手を伸ばして白闇を愛せるよりマイナスの世界で踊り続けるどうなく意識に悪魔の手招きホワイトアウトお揃いだった頃の顔に捨てられすぎる黒のコーポも頭の中もボンバ白で愛にしぼいての愛にし伝えたいあなた好みの服を着てあなた好みの趣味始めてあなた好みの日常で溢れているかなさよなら言わないで
Hello everybody, welcome back to the 4Key Mania World Cup 2025, where we have a highly anticipated match between the Philippines and France. Two very close seeding, seed 14 and 19 respectively for these two teams. This match is sure to be a banger, so much so that I am probably going to be incapable of just doing this myself. That's why I'm joined by the one, the only, Nightcore. Nightcore, how are you?
Hello, Eliminate, and what a match we are seeing this weekend. It is going to be Philippines versus France, and as you said, it is a match that is highly anticipated for everyone pretty much. So we're just going to have to see how this turns out.
We will see indeed, and just going off the qualifiers alone, 3 out of the 7 maps that were played, these two teams were directly next to each other. Those 3 maps being Rice 1, Hybrid 1, and LN2. That contains all 3 different category of maps, so if that's not an indication as to how this match is going to go, I have no idea what will be. This is going to be hopefully a back and forth between these two teams. Super unpredictable. Don't know what team's going to pick what, but if I had to make some guesses, I would assume maybe Philippines picking more into the race, as they did win on all 3 race maps in the qualifiers, but it was by the thinnest of margins, so this is really going to be a close one.
I think it's really just going to be coming down to what's comfortable with both these teams, because I think looking at the qualifier scores that they haven't really went for a freeway FC on most of the maps. So I think it's going to be what they're really comfy with, and when we see that, we're going to see how they do perform. And now we can get into our protects, and Philippines going into Rice 3, going to be Korjak for a protect. Very interesting, honestly.
Yeah, Race 3 being protected. This is not a map that you see in qualifiers. Qualifiers does not contain a Korjak pick, especially nothing like the Race 3 that you see in the round of 32. Race 3 being a much more awkward, uncomfortable Korjak pick, and France, on the other hand, choosing to protect Rice 1, the speed map. And the fact that both teams are opting to protect Rice, like I said, expectations thrown out the window. I've got no idea what's going to happen. France now choosing to ban LN2. This, I guess, is a bit unexpected considering Philippines actually did do significantly better on the LN1 in qualifiers, and the LN1 in qualifiers is much more release timing based. So I would have expected an LN1 ban, but maybe France just not feeling too comfortable in this LN2 in the round of 32.
Yeah, especially that Philippines does have some pretty prominent LN players, most notably Leslie Peninsula in the Banjo Clan, also known as Siluesca Els, being a very prominent LN player, taking gold in Oceania LN Tournament 3 as well, if I do remember correctly as well. But they also have some other very strong LN players. Livet as well is one that comes to mind. And France also do have their very strong LN players. Who comes into mind really is going to be Flowerful, Darkview, and Koidex for the long notes. So, going to be interesting to see how they duke it out when it does come to LN. But with more Rice anticipated for some stuff as well, we can expect to see their side come out with the battle.
Like you said, both teams very well versed with LN and Rice, and it's really just going to come down to what maps have they practiced the most potentially, maybe what maps have they just felt more comfortable on, and Philippines choosing to ban Rice 5. So we get a Rice Protect, another Rice Protect, and then a Rice ban. So this goes back to exactly what I was saying at the very start. This is probably going to be a one team maybe picks into Rice, the next team picks into Rice, and maybe someone else picks into an LN. This is super unpredictable. In most of these matches, you can probably tell that this match is going to be, this team is better at Rice, and this team's better at LN, and it's going to be a constant back and forth until you drain out all the maps and potentially get a tiebreaker, one team chokes. But this match is not going to be anything like that whatsoever. And now it's Philippines' pick to start us off. Will they pick into their Protect or choose an LN? They go for Rice 6.
Rice 6 is a very reasonable pick for their starting. I think just start off with some of the Rice and nothing really else to say. I think there's some really strong Rice players who are capable of playing this. I think Silicosis also making their debut, which I probably will expect to see for Rice 6 as well.
I guess this is a good way to test the Warriors here, Rice 6. Although if Philippines do underperform on this a bit, this might be a good segue for France to go straight into their Protect Rice 1. This map is pretty speedy, it's very bursty is the best way I can describe this. There's so many bursts, and to fill the gaps in between the bursts, it's got a lot of jack patterning as well. So maybe can show how good they're going to be on the jack pick, but there's really too much in this map to say.
There's a lot of choke points as well in this map, I might add as well. Having some free no gluts as well in between, and when we get into the key ice as well, you're going to be seeing a lot of those 300 BPM bursts accompanied by some of those trills and streams. So it's just pretty much a tech gauntlet of a map, and I think this is going to be our main lineup for our Rice. Valeria going to be getting in, Silicosis making their debut as well for Philippines. I do believe their first year playing, and Vulpsy, of course, being a very prominent Rice player. And I think this is going to be the lineup for France as well. Darkmew, Flowerful, and Stay for France, as to be expected for the Rice lineup.
This is already very scary team speak going head-to-head against each other. And this is only round of 32. This is just getting us started with the tournament. All players now ready as we get into this first map of the match. 2.5 minutes, 175 BPM, bursty, speedy patterns. And I think this is really just going to come down to who blinks first, right? Who's going to find those early misses? Who's going to find those early accuracy drops? If we see any at all.
Rice 6 is definitely a map you cannot tunnel vision. And is that Klein from Vulpsy, or is that just a rough start? Okay, it's Klein.
Oh, okay, we see an early disconnect from France here. Probably going to get an abort. That was in the first 15 seconds. So, I mean, if those misses, I mean, obviously it was Client, but say it wasn't, shouldn't matter by now anyways. If we do see an abort, that is. And there is, yep.
Getting in the early abort, probably not the best sign, but as Shades did say, something did happen, but we can just jump back into the map, I guess.
Just based on those first 15 seconds that we saw come out from the other 5 players, the accuracy, the ratio was already incredibly close. I did see a few 99.89s across the board. There were, I think, 2 or 3. So I have heard before that you can usually tell how a map is going to go based on the first 400 combo. I don't really think that's going to be the case with this one.
I really think, as you said, it's going to be whoever blinks first and finds that slip up. Because, especially in a map like Rice 6, where it's very bursty and very techy, finding a miss could lead to a chain of bad judgments, and it can pretty much spell doom. Because looking at Philippines and France with the Rice, like, you cannot falter when it comes to pretty much any pattern. But now we can get back in and start again.
Start again, start anew. Hopefully all players will do just as good as they did in the previous run. That was short-lived. Hopefully no early misses this time. Vulpsy is actually the one to drop quite a bit of accuracy at the very start. Same with Silicosis, but it's still very early days. The accuracy will climb back up pretty quickly.
And here we are at the free no gluts on the 2 columns as well. You really have to go into this pretty early. You have to go into this at the right time, and Darkmew actually taking a small accuracy drop on one of those gluts. Because I was saying, if you do start hitting a bit early, that'll lead into a chain of more misjudgments, which could be pretty detrimental.
In a map that's only 2.5 minutes long, already cored the way through, and only now we're getting into what this map is truly meant to be, with Philippines holding only 1,000 to 2,000 score lead in their favor, and it's just not going to shift whatsoever. The main difference here is only going to be maybe about a 200 of a difference. One singular drop can be the game changer right now. That was so consistent.
Yeah, just looking at that, we've barely seen a score shift, and coming out the first drop, it is going to be Philippines to that slight accuracy advantage. Valeria, of course, taking the MVP right now to 99.9, but that could be subject to change when we do get into the second drop, where we do get a bit more into the bursts.
The score has been 1500 in Philippines' favor for the entire map. It only came down to that intro, and if we do see some accuracy drops, which I believe maybe we're going to see, but on the France side of things, Darkview and Stay have dropped down below that 99.8% accuracy. When you look at Philippines, Valeria still hold on to 9.9. Does lose it eventually, but still 2,000, now 3,000 points in Philippines. A singular drop can change this right now. There's still a core of the map left to go. Maybe just around 30 seconds. Plenty of time for things to go wrong, but this is Philippines' first pick.
The map doesn't end until it does end. You still have to deal with some of those mini jacks and some of those free no anchors as well. Coming out to the end, Stay and Darkview climbing their accuracy a bit back up, but compared to Philippines, their consistency does show a bit more on the end side. And I think if no other mishaps happen, they will be taking the money and running away with it as we do get to the final few notes. And that is going to be a 99990k from, I think, both teams, if I do believe.
Oh my goodness. What a match we are going to have. Look at this. The total amount of 200s seen in this lobby amounts to 6. 6 200s in total across all 6 players, with Stay hitting that one extra 100. But I mean, look at the ratio difference as well. This is so balanced that I think even if France had gotten one less 200, or maybe if Stay didn't get that 100, this could have been even a tied score. It was that close. And that's Philippines' first pick. That's the first pick. You'd assume this is the pick that maybe they're most comfortable on, besides their protect, potentially. So, France, this is basically a point that they can be winning on. And I think we're probably going to end up seeing some breakpoints later down the line if it stays this close.
Definitely a true test of consistency. As you were saying, this is only the first map, so we are in for a ride when it comes to the next picks. And now it's just up to France to see what they're going to be going for next. Anything is really on the board for them, so it's really just what they're comfortable with, because just both these teams are really well rounded.
France did protect Rice 1, so whether or not they go into that, I'm not too sure. They do opt for Rice 2 instead. I was gonna say, I'm not too sure about Rice 1 after that Rice 6. You could see that the ratios were that close, and speed being one of the harder patterns to ratio, maybe things can get just a little bit dicey. So they do opt for Rice 2 instead, the jump stream pick. This one should not be as difficult to ratio, but rather test consistency.
You also gotta watch out in a pick like this, because there are some 1/6 snappings scattered in this map as well, so you do have to kind of watch out for that and not 100% tunnel vision. But I know that for these players, an early game map like this is probably something they can be able to act pretty easily. JKL actually getting subbed in for, I do believe, Stay, which I do know JKL is a pretty consistent player when it does come to Rice.
And if I do recall correctly as well, this map does have quite a few one-hand trills thrown in the mix, but there are also quite a few breaks as well. Very, very short breaks, just to ensure you have enough to keep yourself going, but under tournament pressure, knowing how good your opponents are, knowing how close the match is gonna be, that can really contribute to maybe misses or accuracy drops just like that. Maybe all these practice scores, they felt super confident, super comfortable, they're V1 double S-ing, but in this match, can you expect the same thing? Only time will tell. I'm not too sure myself.
It's really going to also come down to some of those nerves, because in a tournament setting, you just have to really control some of those nerves as well. But a lot of factors can be taken in when it does come to a pick like this. So we'll have to see, and as you said, some of those trills are going to be very brutal, and if there's any plays that any player would drop, it could probably be one of those.
Definitely can be. And, you know, saying that the breaks as well, give you that stamina and let you recover a little bit, that could also be your downfall, because sometimes you're really feeling the groove and you're into the map, and then a sudden break kind of catches you off guard, and your fingers want to keep moving, you know? The adrenaline surging through you. But actually, JKL finding this very... also decides to stop playing entirely. I hope we don't... I mean, I guess we're going to see another abort, but this is quite unfortunate to say the least. I'm unsure what's going on in this lobby today. This is pretty cursed.
Yeah, this might have to be our second abort, and you can even see their skin kind of glitching out a small bit, but we should try hope for an abort now. But as we can kind of talk for the map, is that a 5.99.9 at this moment? Actually, as I said, at live it, I think dropped a small bit of accuracy, but heading into the Ki, oh, did we get the abort?
That's horrible. That was almost halfway through the map, and I mean, you know, these tech issues happen. It's really unfortunate, but to have it twice in a row, something's going on here. Something very fishy. Maybe this multi-lobby's broken.
I was gonna say fishy as well. Maybe just that small mishap, but you know, I guess we should hope to not have any more aborts. But I guess for now we can just wait and see. And as you were also saying with the last abort as well on Rice 6, you can already see from the first half that a lot of those players are really consistent. Seeing that 5.99.9 going into the first Ki. So we can expect similar performances like that, and you can probably tell it's going to be really close, and it's just going to be who falters first. Maybe get a bit of that tunnel vision as well.
I'm sure definitely something most players are familiar with. Tunnel vision, you're so locked in, especially under tournament pressure. You feel like, you know, everything's on the line right now. You need to take this point. Losing a break point this early is going to be pretty rough, but definitely recoverable, having already talked about how close this match is going to be. It's still not something that you really want to see on your first pick, a pick that should be your most comfortable one, but yeah, having such comfortable, consistent accuracy right through the gate, essentially. This I really don't know. I really don't know. It will come down to who drops that extra 200, extra 100. Maybe someone finds that miss. But based on that performance we saw before the abort just there, yeah, again, we're in for another close one.
Anything is definitely doable for this map. But now as we do get through the first quarter, heading into our first main section, is that disconnect from LiveIt or probably just client again? But it doesn't really matter, we can just talk about this map. And the Trills are raining in, and everyone is still holding on very consistent. Valeria and Flowerful just duking it out right now with that 99.91, as we still see a lot of those jump streams and some of those mini jump trills and some trills as well being scattered into the place, not really faltering at all.
Yeah, Livet, if Philippines are winning right now, Livet would need to have around about a 99.9-ish, just under 9.85 maybe. But that is something as I could definitely see being the case, but with only a quarter of the map left to go, we don't see any significant drops right now. This is purely the battle between Flowerful and Valeria right now. The accuracies so close together. Dark Mew with very good support. Silicosis and JKL very matched as well, so really comes down to how Livet is doing. Hopefully they are in fact playing and just having client problems.
Hopefully. And as we do get into the final area of the map where the hands are starting to roll in some of those anchors as well, Valeria actually getting their accuracy a bit up as well. Flowerful still on the 99.9 range. Anything can still happen. The 1-6 and the mini hand streams are rolling in, and that is going to be it. We hopefully do get that 6-way FC, but for now we have the 5-way full combo. And looking at these scores, get Flowerful and Valeria, 96 300s from Valeria, that V1SS, alongside Flowerful as well. We will just see who does get the point.
I'm looking at the MP link right now, and I don't think Livet's score was submitted, so maybe just connection issues, I guess. Hopefully, maybe they can get a screenshot or something. I'm unsure exactly as to how this process works, but maybe they can submit a screenshot of their score as proof. Maybe they can't. Maybe that point just goes to France. But unless Livet can match these scores, which I don't know. This one would have been super close.
I would definitely say that as well. Okay, so I think maybe after that, I think France actually did manage to get the point, so it went in their favor. But I'm not really too sure yet. Not looking at the MP link, but now it is gonna be Philippines for their next pick. And would they stick with Rice, maybe going into their Protect, or do they want to jump into different territory, go to Hybrid or LN? Both options are really feasible, but it's gonna be up to them.
Going back to that last pick, we're still unsure as to whether France actually won that point or not. Levet would have needed 992,639, so it's whether or not Levet got 992k that would determine that point.
Okay, so apparently Levet did finish the map, according to Silhouette Els in the chat, so we should hopefully wait to see if they do submit their score or not. So tension is building up a small bit as we do see the results. It depends now, because I think this score will be very close.
I mean, it's not something you can really predict, because Levet didn't play the first map either, so we don't know what form is Levet in right now. Could they have gotten 992, but even if they were in good form, it's also something maybe they found a miss at some point in the map. It's really not something we could say like, yes, France definitely should have won that, or Philippines definitely would have got that 992k. We will just hopefully get a screenshot coming in very soon from Levet, but I guess now, because we have time, we can talk about where Philippines most likely going to pick next. What do you think?
So I did say a bit earlier that maybe Rice 3 could be a potential pick for them, going into their Protect maybe. Or if they do want to jump into LN or Hybrid territory, do know they have some pretty strong players. But I think maybe LN Hybrid might be a bit more risky compared to Rice, but I think anything is still pretty feasible.
I think anything is feasible too, but when I talked about this before with the Rice 6 performance, the ratios were super close, and Rice 1 was France's Protect. And I do think Rice 1 is going to be super close, that Philippines could actually pick Rice 1 France's Protect. Not that I'm saying it's optimal, I'm just saying it is actually an option. Rice 3, the Korjak map, that is Philippines Protect. Whether or not they opt to use that now, we could see that happen. And also LN1 I think is quite possible. Yeah, again, looking back at the qualifier results, Philippines did do very well in the LN1 in qualifiers on the LN timing-based map, and LN1 in round of 32 is not much different in that regard. So, oh, LN1, yeah, there we go. LN1 chosen by Philippines.
Alright, LN1, gonna be pretty interesting to see. Of course, looking at the seeding difference from qualifiers, I think this is gonna be a very strong pick for Philippines, but will their consistency be able to hold up? Pretty much playing this with your life on the line, not similar to Google Babies, but looking at this, I'm really interested to see how this does turn out. So Lively Pencil, Silhouette L is going to be jumping in for Philippines as well. I would not be too surprised if we might see someone else, maybe Silicosis could play for this. And for France, I think maybe Flowerful will be jumping in instead of JKL, but that's just my presumption. Cortex also joining in for the LN, which I'm not really too surprised. They're also a very strong LN player.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sam. Sorry to go back about this, but Levet, just in case you missed it in chat, Philippines will be conceding that point, so the score actually is 1-1. Confirmed now. No more guessing. 1-1, Philippines pick, second pick, third pick of the match. And this one's probably going to be another banger, but saying that, this is new territory. This is LN1. Maybe we see France have a weakness on this map. Maybe we see the opposite. Maybe France have really practiced this one. Maybe we're underestimating France's capabilities in this one. Not something we can really say for sure.
Well, I think time will definitely tell when we do get into the map, so we'll just have to see.
This lobby's had so many disconnects. I hope we don't see another one 3 times in a row. Surely not, right? Surely not.
I really doubt. Especially now that I don't think any more aborts will be given, as I am seeing in the client chat. So gonna be pretty nasty to see another disconnect or technical issue. So we can just jump into this map and gonna see how things will turn out for both these teams.
And this map is one of the shorter maps in the pool as well, sitting at 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The other maps played so far have been around 2.5 minutes, so blink and you miss it, folks. Leva actually dropping quite a few 200s in that intro.
I think this will definitely be a map that some players will find a few 200s on, especially that is more the coordination, where a lot of players are a bit more prone. Coming out the intro is going to be slightly favouring Philippines right now with the accuracy from Els and Planet right now, but this is just the intro, so when we do get into the Kiai, we're going to be a bit more dense and going to be a bit more bursty. We'll have to see how the score will fare.
And this is what we were saying about that LN coordination accuracy. Look at Plana and Lively Peninsula. 99.85%. Both of them tied for accuracy and the highest in the lobby by a whole 0.1%. Really bringing the lead towards Philippines here. Climbing up to 5,000. Already halfway through the map. Like I said, this is a pretty short map, so to have a 5,000 lead this quickly, I think France are really going to need to either step up the game or hope that Philippines finds a drop somewhere in the map.
It will have to be in the second half, but we'll just have to see if these players will be able to hold up when it does get to more the denser parts of this map in the final Kiai. Very well balanced right now in France, but when you just look at the accuracy of Philippines, France definitely have to step up their game a bit, as you did say. But maybe even keeping on to that consistency as well. Maybe the Philippines could find a miss and it could swing over towards France, but when we do get into the density section, it might not seem like it.
Doesn't seem like it indeed. There's still a core of the map left to go though. Maybe about 20 seconds remaining. A single drop can be the game changer here, but everyone looks to be so consistent. There's not long left now, just the outro. Unless we see a collapse in Philippines right now. This looks like it'll be going to them. They did have a substantial lead from the very start, and it's only been climbing until the very end. And Philippines, I'm shocked to say this, but this has been the biggest lead so far for either team. Philippines 6,500. Look at the 200 count difference yet again.
That is very minimal. That is actually very impressive. 3 1x200s from Els, Plana, and Dark Mew. It is really just going to be coming down to that consistency, and as you were saying, I think the LN maps are a bit more of a risk just because of how close the scores will get, and the fact that the score difference is only around 7,000 points. You know you're in for a long match.
And I think Philippines looking so good in the LN1 with their ratio being much better than France's on the LNs. They might feel a bit safe picking into that LN3 as well as their next pick. Whereas France now, what do you pick? I mean, you won on race 2, but was it deserved? Or, we don't know, right? Because 992k difference could have been possible. So that was very, very close, very sketchy. But France will keep it going. They'll pick into race 1. Regardless of the performance on race 6, but really knowing how close it's going to be regardless, you're kind of stuck for picks right now. I mean, we've yet to see hybrids. Hybrids were, I believe France actually won the hybrids in qualifiers, so the fact that we're not seeing any is quite interesting, but maybe just not feeling super great on the LN stuff right now.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that point as well. See, you don't really know as well what they won qualifiers, where, you know, some slight mishaps did happen. And especially that the pool is a bit easier now. They might just not want to risk going into some of the more accuracy core oriented stuff. But now jumping into our stream pick, I am pretty understanding on why France did pick something like this. Though I think maybe something like Race 4 could also be picked maybe later down the line. And for France, I think it's going to be Koidak Darkview and JKL going in for... Wait, hold on. Looks like maybe Flowerful is going to be jumping in as well.
Yeah, and I just think it's interesting that we're now 4 maps in, and we're only now seeing a Team's Protect get chosen. So I think they maybe protected these maps to guarantee that they have it available if they need it, and really just see how their opponents are doing on just certain patterns in general. That's why maybe they picked Rice, Rice 6 first. So, I'm not gonna say I know what their strategy is, but that's just what I'd have to assume. Only now going to Rice 1. Philippines still have Rice 3 protected in the bag if they want to. But, like I said, their performance in LN1 makes me think that they might pick LN3 next. But they still have Rice 3 available.
Yeah, so I think it's still kind of unclear on what they might go for their next anticipated picks. But as we do get into the match, looks like Silicosis, Valeria, and maybe for now, I maybe think volpzy might be a viable option for going in for Rice 1, but we'll have to see.
I definitely agree. We've seen volpzy hop in the lobby before for these Rice maps, and he did get a very good score on the Rice 6, but we do in fact see Yvette instead.
Pretty good option as well after seeing their performance on the previous picks. So I guess now with all players in the lobby, we can just get started.
I mean, from Levette, we've only actually seen the LN1, so how well they'll do on Rice is yet to be seen, I guess. So hopefully they can do well. I assume they will, being as they're in the lobby. Of course, both teams should have practiced this pool by now. They know who's going to be playing what, they know who's good at what, and these are the rosters that have been selected. Now, how close this match is going to be, I would bet it's going to be within that 6,500 difference that we saw.
Oh, 100%. It will just really have to come down, and I think even a 200 could just swing things over towards the other side. Silicosis is actually holding on to that 100% for the first 100 notes as well. But this map pretty much still throws everything at you. Some of those split jumps, some of those trills in the streams as well. Gonna be kind of more that kind of bursty map, I would say, when in the Ki. And Darkby finding that drop early on as well. Not really gonna be too feasible, especially with the drain time only being around 2 minutes.
It's still very early days though, so missing early is definitely the better place to be missing if you're gonna miss anywhere in the map. But very significant early lead given to Philippines. Now this map, like you said, does have some weird patterns thrown in the mix. This does contain quite a few mini jacks as well, and like this does have a short break that doesn't really feel like a break, with the patterns that still keep going, get thrown at you halfway through the map. Now the lead is still sitting at around 10,000 points. I think at this point we're gonna need to see Philippines miss, which we do. Silicosis does trade it back. Now the lead, I would assume, is gonna be balanced, gonna be even between these two teams now. It's gonna come down to the second half. Who finds his accuracy drops? Who finds any additional misses?
I just think overall the accuracy to Philippines, I just think it doesn't really matter as much, although the miss was pretty detrimental. Heading into the break where Silicosis is going to catch the breath a small bit up to the 400 combo cap. I think, as you said, if we're going to be seeing any more accuracy drops in the Philippines, we'd see the score over towards France's side, but we'd have to see in the final Ki. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that awkwardness, some of those free note patterns as well later, so we're going to have to see. Livehead finding that drop as well is going to switch over to France.
Can all these players hold on for the last section of the map? This is where the map peaks in density. This is ultimate speed spam thrown constantly for 2 minutes straight, and everyone gets through it. There's still about 10 seconds left to go. A singular miss from France can't change it, but that's most of the difficulty out of the way. Only a couple seconds left to go. Silicosis with another miss that is going to seal the deal. France barely taking that right at the very end, and yet again, 6,500 points of difference. This is the exact same difference that we saw in the LN1, and Philippines, I mean, they won on ratio, they won on 200 count. This just came down to the misses.
Philippines actually getting two V1 double S chokes, and actually a V1 double S as well. But looking at the side of France, Flarfus still getting that V1 double S. Had those misses not happened on Philippines side, they would have taken that point easily. But still, just looking how close it was, maybe some of the players did falter a small bit.
That was such a close pick. I mean, Philippines are winning that for a majority of that pick, and This is what I did say that. I did mention this. That after that Rice 6 performance, I'd be a bit worried to pick into Rice 1 there. France just saying, we don't care about what happened in Rice 6, right? We know that we can perform on Rice 1. We know that we have the combo advantage because we're just much more comfortable on these types of maps, and that did really prove to be the case, with France only having 1 miss and Philippines having 2 players finding those misses. But now there's only 2 Rice maps left in the pool to go, and Philippines having protected one of them. And this is also what I said earlier, choosing into LN3. After the LN1 performance, I think this is kind of a no-brainer. But now there's no more LN maps to go through for Philippines. I think they're forced into their hybrids after this, unless they do opt for their Protect Rice 3.
That kind of raises my eye a small bit, especially that you know that France did perform better on the qualifiers when they come to some of the hybrids. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this match does play out. But for now, we can just go on to LN3. Very Jack oriented when it does come to LN, and some technical patterns as well. Being around 2 minutes of drain time, you cannot afford any breaks.
Yeah, this map does change a lot in snapping. The LNs are very offset. I believe the snap changes quite frequently between 1.4, 1.6, and 1.12. And I know that the ending is also much denser than the rest, so we're in for a ride on this one. That's all I can say. LN1 being very excuse me, being very release focused, with this map having the offset LNs, having that release accuracy can prove detrimental in this one.
It's really just going to be coming down to who does find some of those extra 200s or finds that miss first. But now we can only expect to see what happens when the map does get started, and cannot wait to see how this one turns out.
I still find it crazy that the biggest score lead we've seen between these two teams is 6,500. This is a match to be seen. This is a match of all time, and this is only round of 32, folks. Still much more to come.
Definitely yet to see the climax, and here we go, already kicking in the match with a lot more of those shields. Actually, outside the intro does go over towards Philippines, as Koidex is a slight bit behind when it does go to some of the accuracy, but we'll have to see later on. Small bit of a late start, but when we do get into the Ki, it is going to be raining down on everything.
Raining down indeed. This map is 1 minute 59. I believe this is the shortest map in the pool, correct me if I'm wrong. So a lot can happen in this short amount of time. And what I was talking about, the LN accuracy is favored towards Philippines, but only by about 2,000 points here. Still only halfway through the map. There's still the ending to go, and the ending, as I said, is probably the hardest section of this map. But Levet finding a miss actually on the slow section. That's uncharacteristic.
That is one of the more significant places to find a drop, but we still have the ending, the second half, where it is going to be jumping in more of those scatters, and of course we have the ending, which is going to be more of those 1/8 bursts as well. So Liva cashing back up to their max combo. Accuracy still actually favoring France, as Flowerful and Darkme both on that 99.8. If they can just keep holding on, Silhouette Girls finding that miss near the end. It's going to be coming down to the last quarter.
We might see a breakpoint here given to France. As long as they can hold on to their combos, they're allowed to drop accuracy at this point. It's only 7,000 points of difference, but accuracy isn't going to be the game changer. It's going to be those misses. Philippines can try as they bite to bring it back with accuracy alone. It's now down to 6,000, but with only about 5 seconds of the map left to go, this seems very unlikely unless they miss on these offset LNs, which doesn't seem like it's going to happen. France combo the rest of the map. 3 full combos on the side of France. Take the first breakpoint off of Philippines. The first breakpoint in this map. In this match, sorry. And yet again, the ratio difference between these two teams, so incredibly close, but Philippines still takes it on the difference between Plana and Koidex. But I mean, look at the 200 counts on just even all these players. Levet and Flowerful with the V1 SS, Lively Peninsula with only 1-200. Philippines definitely saying they are a strong LN team, but unfortunately, yet again, just like the Rice one, came down to those misses in the end.
Definitely going to be very consistency based, as I mean, especially this map only being 2 minutes long, you could definitely see from that miss it was going to be pretty much binding the result. But now with France having the world in their hands right now, getting their next pick, would not be too surprised if maybe they'd be jumping into Rice 4.
I would also expect Rice 4, maybe even a hybrid, but Rice 3 is also still on the table. The fact that Philippines haven't picked it yet could mean something. Maybe it's like a bait protect, right? Maybe it was actually kind of a fake ban to influence France into not picking it, right? This is definitely a strategy that we've seen time and time before. But France, I think with how Rice 1 and Rice 2 have gone, how close those two have been, I actually think that this next pick for France is going to be scary regardless of the pick. I think Philippines have definitely got a shot of taking back another breakpoint right now on this next pick.
Also, I do believe it is Planet's birthday today, so happy birthday, Planet, as well. I think France are going to be playing that timeout as well, according to Dark Mew in the chat as well. But
Birthday World Cup. Definitely not something you see very often, right? Because people don't really announce this stuff, and some things are also scheduled out of the birthday because people are busy. But Planet, I guess the World Cup is a gift in and of itself, right?
Yeah, and what better birthday gift to be getting with this very anticipated match and this very strong match and really amazing match.
We had this timeout from France here. As I said, I think all these picks are going to be very sketchy, very close regardless, so maybe just unsure what to pick. I do agree with you on this one. I do think Race 4 might be the preferred option here, but then again, France did win on all the hybrids in the qualifiers, so maybe something like a hybrid 1?
I can definitely see Hybrid 1 being picked as well. Really, just anything. I think definitely Rice 4 and one of the hybrids if they would be going for their final two picks.
I'm personally not a fan of Hybrid 2. Hybrid 2, I think, is more LN release focused than the other hybrids, and that's probably something they want to avoid right now, considering what happened in LN 1. But then they did take LN 3 as well. There's just too many factors to weigh into this right now, and there's too many decisions, and one wrong decision can cost you this match right now. So ultimately, you need to choose what's best, and choosing what's best, not the easiest of tasks right now. Probably going to be need to be a gamble on the French side of things.
Yeah, they definitely have to play their cards right if they do want to capitalize off their picks. So now we are just still awaiting, and the tension just building up pretty much. Like, you don't really know what's happening. Like, are they going to be strategizing for the next few picks?
Philippines have also got their timeout to use as well, so maybe if things don't go their way on this one, they do go for Rice 4. You were correct on that one, Lightcore. Rice 4, the tech map of this pool. This one I would say is actually very chokeable though, so I think if this is one of the Rice maps to see another breakpoint happen on, this is that one to happen. But France have been looking way too consistent on the combo side of things. They've been out-comboing Philippines on almost every map. On every map, actually, not almost every map. Every map we've seen so far, France have won purely on combo. So I think they should feel pretty good about this one, maybe.
Absolutely, and especially that Rice 4 is technically more of the tech consistency pick as well. I would not be too surprised if they'd be able to capitalize off this pick, but time will still tell, because we have seen a few drops from some of the players in the previous picks. But I think if they could just shake the dust off their boots a small bit, they will be able to gain off this.
Yeah, and the mini jacks in this map, very, very scary. Constant, repetitive mini jacks in this map with a almost all speed-oriented last quarter of this map. This map being a tech map, especially one map by Pizza69. I'm sure we all know him by now. This is a crazy map. This is one that really gets the adrenaline going, right? And this is one that I think is going to be very important for France to combo on. If there's one map that you need combo right now, it's this one. Philippines are going to really need to lock in on this one, and if we do end up seeing a 6-way FC on this, I think Philippines will actually take this point based on how comfortable their ratio has been looking so far.
Yeah, Philippines' tech ratio is something else to be reckoned with. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how things turn out. Going to be seeing Life at Valeria and Vulpsy on the side of Philippines. I'm going to be seeing Januous as well making their debut, I do believe, into the France side. Correct me if I am wrong.
All players ready up, and yet again we do see another 2.5 minute map. Only 4.5 stars, that is the star ring doing its work right there. Definitely a 4.5 star this one.
Yep. And with the map starting, it is totally 4.5 star. We can get into it, and yeah, you're just gonna have to be on your toes for everything. A lot of 300 BPM bursts, some free no anchors as well. I know, never mind. Gonna be more 200 BPM stream bursts.
Yeah, this one has plenty of mini jacks and plenty of speed parents as well. Also got quite a few one-hand trills thrown in the mix. I'm assuming that was a client miss from Levet, but maybe it was in fact a very early miss, not something you'd want to see. But yeah, again, as I said before, early misses are preferred over missing in some random place in the map. But I do believe that was an actual miss, so very slight lead given to France already.
If France can pretty much just hold on, they will be able to snag this point off pretty simply. But we'll have to see when we do get into the rest of the map. Again, France are still somewhat prone to missing, but they still have the consistency advantage over Philippines. But we'll have to see when the map does climax in more that difficulty range.
This is only the intro, and it only gets faster from here. Philippines have worked back that lead a little bit, from 3,000 down to 2,500, so definitely showing that they can out-ratio France when needed to. Valeria still at 99.93 and Vulpsy just shy behind 99.92. Both of them ahead of all the French players. So really only at this moment in time down to Levet's early miss. Which if they hold up that ratio, it will go back to Philippines. There is definitely enough time for that to happen. It's just whether or not they can hold on.
We will have to see, and here we are getting into our main aspect of the map. Going to be more of those mini jacks, some of that broken jump stream and hands, accompanied by the flams and rolls. It's actually shifting over towards Philippines now, as all the members in France taking that slight accuracy drop. Dartmouth going down to 99.8. It is shifting over towards Philippines, and as the climax still gets to be reached, we are heading into the next. I don't know.
He doesn't know, but this lead has went from 3,000 in the French's side from 3,000 to 3,000 to Philippines. And that's only based on accuracy alone. We don't see any extra misses, but there is still this speed-based ending that we need to get through. And this map's like 2.5 minutes long. It's only outro at this point. If we don't see any more misses, Philippines are going to end up taking a back-to-back breakpoint. France taking the first one, now Philippines on the Rice 4 of all maps that it could have been on. This was the map that we thought France would have in the bag based on their combo consistency advantage. But Philippines, they locked into this one. And this is what we said needed to happen on this map. Philippines needed to lock in. And they locked in 2 V1 double S's on the Philippine side, and Levet only finding that one miss in the first 20 combo.
This is the comeback story Philippines needs right now. Getting back with that equalizer, and just looking at that accuracy, 95 300 from Valeria, and also a V1 double S from Vulpsy as well. And here we are, Philippines jumping into their protect. Gonna be Rice free, gonna be our core jack pick, gonna be the tension rising in this.
And I think with this map being chosen, there's no more Rice maps in the pool. No more Rice, no more LN. Regardless of who wins this pick, France is going to need to pick into a hybrid, which I would say is actually optimal for them, because as we've been discussing before, qualifiers, France done really well in the hybrids. And the fact that they've not opted into a single hybrid yet is a little bit concerning, but they have been doing really well in the Rice as well. But I think that last map is definitely an indication as to maybe France need to change their strategy a little bit. They did win LN3 after all. But Philippines going into Rice 3, Core Jack. I guess Core Jack is quite similar to the Rice 4 that we just saw, with loads of mini jacks, but this one is more jump jack focused with very awkward Core Jack patterns, so it's not quite the same, but you can get a kind of feel for it. And the Philippines are just being better on the ratio side of things right now. Core Jack, as we all know, is sort of a ratio game, so this might be a good pick, but also super risky at the same time.
We will have to see if their consistency holds up, because even in a Core Jack pick, a 200 could be pretty much seen as a miss as well. So I'm very excited to see how this one turns out, especially just with the sheer awkwardness of this map. And of course, if you have played this map as well, you know that the map does climax in difficulty when we do get near the ending, with less breaks and more density.
Also, this map is 2 minutes 58 seconds, cut version, somehow, someway, 142 BPM. Not exactly too low, but I wouldn't say it's fast either. This is a very comfortable BPM. I'm sure all these players should be pretty fine on this, but it really comes down to just the patterns and also the fact that we are now 7 maps in. The nerves these players must be having, knowing that one of these teams after this pick will be on match point. There is a lot on the line with this one. I think Philippines probably, this is a must-win point for them. This is their last pick that they're gonna get. If they lose this, they will need to take another breakpoint off France on one of the hybrids as well.
It's definitely a really tough task to do, especially after France's hyper consistency for the qualifiers. So tension is at an all-time high when we are getting into this pick. And we'll just have to see when we do start off. Even coming down to a few 300s as well, finding a flurry of 300s could be the deciding factor as well.
If we do see 6 FCs in this lobby, it might come down to a singular 200. If we see 6 V1SS's, might come down to a singular 300, who knows. But this is just the intro. This intro isn't too Jack focused. There's a lot of places that you can drop 300s on with the sort of trilly kind of patterns in this section. But very quickly, we will get into what makes this map a Rice 3 map.
And here we are, getting into the first Ki with some of those Freno anchors on the awkwardness of these patterns as well. No one really faltering, still a 6-way 99.9 right now, but that might be subject to change when we do develop more into the map. Everyone still looking at that unstable rate, very, very slim, and the score is still by 3 digits as well.
Only one player in this lobby below 99.9%. Everyone else is still above the 99.9, but look how Philippines are looking right now. 2 players 99.96, the highest in the lobby. Valeria tied with Flowerful, 99.94%. Twinios and JKL are gonna need to increase their ratio just a little bit. But then again, there's only 1,000 points of difference between these 2 teams halfway through the map. One singular 200, one 200, one miss. Anything in this map can change the score lead entirely, and this will have the map to go a minute and a half of more of this Core Jack. And like you said, the ending is where the true difficulty comes out in this map.
Actually, coming out of that Ki, JKL and I don't even know how to say that name, Johnny S. Actually dropping a small bit of accuracy underneath that 99.9 range. Gonna be hurting France a small bit, especially in a Core Jack pick like this. But anything could still happen. The density is still climbing up a bit. Gonna be seeing some of those anchors on 2 columns as well when we get into this area of the map.
The nerves these players must be experiencing right now. A singular miss is the be-all end-all. With only the ending to go, 4,000 points difference. Philippines have worked up that lead on ratio alone, and look at Volpsy now. Works way back up to 99.97. Flowerful as well working their way back up. This is really... there's not enough time for ratio to make a difference right now. We're going to need to see a drop from Philippines if France are going to take this point, and there's not long of the map left to go, just the outro at this point.
Johnny is finding a small bit of fatigue, finding that small more accuracy drops, but when we do get into the ending of the map where the density is still going to be riling up, if no one, I don't think a miss is going to be that much even to get the score difference back. As we do get to the ending, we're going to be seeing that 6-way full combo. And wait, hold on. Okay, that's nearly a 6-way V1 double S, 50 300s, and actually a 3-way 2-digit 300 count from Philippines as well. This is the win they needed for this pick. It's now going to be Philippines on match point, and now going to be France deciding their next pick.
That is a core jack lobby right there. Only 1 200 amidst all 6 players. 1 singular 200 and 4 players in this lobby with double-digit 300 count. This is as close as it gets, right? That's Philippines' pick. Now there's 1 pick left to get through. France's pick. They're forced into a hybrid. Hybrid 1, hybrid 2, hybrid 3, all still on the table. My guess would be a hybrid 1. That would be my assumption. I don't think hybrid 2 is a very great pick personally, but maybe hybrid 3. France do have options.
Well, I think with the way that Philippines actually, correct me if I'm wrong, France took a break point on Night Feeder, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I think maybe even Hybrid 3 might be a bit feasible, as it does share similar aspects into tech. So I think maybe Hybrid 3 is going to be the one that's going to get picked, if France can keep about their tech LN consistency.
You are right, actually. France did up to ban LN2, which is very jump streamy LN, and Hybrid 1 does contain quite a bit of the same thing, right? So maybe Hybrid 3 is the play, but I can see Hybrid 1 being chosen.
We will just have to see either the red pill or the blue pill. Or if they want to go for the green pill, I guess in Hybrid 2. But I doubt Hybrid 2 will be the one that's getting picked.
And this is probably really scary for France as well. Not having played any of the hybrids so far in this match, they're unaware as to how Philippines might perform on these maps, and you're forced into picking one. You are forced, France, and they do go for hybrid 3. Distant relatives. This map is going to be close. Everything on the line right now. France need to win this point, take us a tiebreaker. This is round of 32 though, so if they do lose this, they will lose the match, but not eliminated from the tournament, so I guess this isn't tournament life on the line. This is just progressing to the winner stage round of 16, but still a very important match. You do want to stay in the winner's bracket for as long as possible to make life easier.
The tension is still raising and potentially still not at the roof yet if France do manage to win this pick. Going to be Flowerful Darkmute and Janius as well. And going to be on the Philippines side, live at Siloesca Els, also known as Live Peninsula, and Plana for Philippines. Going to be very interesting to see how this match turns out, especially that is kind of more wildcard techie hybrid, so going to be pretty much a test of everything.
Yeah, I think this map is also quite speedy as well. There's a lot of patterns in this map. There's just way too many. There's so much going on, and then following it up with the LN as well, making it increasingly difficult to get good accuracy on. This is going to be a pick that I said on Rice 4 that Philippines are going to really need to lock in on that one. I think for Hybrid 3, it's going to be the other way around. I think France are really going to need to lock in on this one, which they have been doing so far in this match. They've been full comboing almost every map that we've seen so far. If they can do the same here, I think we will be seeing a tiebreaker, but this map, 2.5 minutes long, we will have to just wait and find out.
Getting into the start, and Johnny is actually having that small late start, getting down to that 99.6 range, but the map doesn't really throw you into any easy part before jumping in, as you're still seeing a lot more of those technical scatters and some of those mini jacks. But Johnny is finding a 100 off the intro as well. It's going to be hurting France when we do get into the rest of the map.
It's still very early on though, and it's only going to add up to 1,000 points in Philippines' favor, but that might prove crucial. That one singular 100 at the very start of the map, but the accuracies between all the other players are almost identical. It's just too early to tell at this point.
Yep, coming off the first quarter, and yet we still have the main Ki to get into, where it's going to be raining down a lot of those trills. So we could see a potential score flicker over towards the other side. But just looking at the overall accuracy from Philippines, the lowest being 99.7 by Els, it's going to be very interesting to see if France will be able to keep up.
I've been thinking this entire time about how to pronounce this player's username. Gionius? I have no idea. But they have dropped an extra 200. But I believe Philippines have also dropped quite a bit of accuracy as well. The lead is... well, it did shrink momentarily, but now it's sticking at around 3,000. But this is where the difficulty really comes into this map. And look at the lead. It's slowly going towards France here. The accuracy just being that slight bit better on the French side of things. A quarter of the map left to go. And if France can keep up this game, then they will take the lead back. But it's just going up and down. They're very indecisive. We're going to see some accuracy drops from Philippines. We see a miss from Plata. Now France just need to hold on to their combo as long as they can. For the rest of the map, there's not much map left to go. That one miss might save them here. We might be seeing a tiebreaker on the back of that one miss alone. Can all players call up with the rest of the map? There's not much left, but Flowerful finds that miss. Flowerful trades it. Is there enough time? There is. Philippines takes the point in the last 5 seconds of this map.
I'm in shock.
Goodness.
Oh my god, that ending made that final decision. Flowerful finding that miss at the very end. It is going to be Philippines getting their way into the round of 16 winners bracket in a very close match decided by just a few points. Well done to all players. Very hyped up match, very well performed by all 6 players.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Flowerful missing within the last 5 seconds of that map is what cost them a tiebreaker. But overall, it is a team performance at the end of the day. We could not say it was Flowerful's fault. Philippines played phenomenally well and ultimately took the game 5-3 in a match that I believe there was only one map, Rice 3, that wasn't within that 6,500 score difference. Every single map that was played in this lobby today was incredibly close, only came down to a singular miss, in some cases only a few 200s. This match could have definitely went either way. Philippines just playing that slight bit better today, ultimately beating out France and now moving on in the winners bracket to face South Korea in the round of 16.
Eyes peeled definitely out for that matchup. And going to be very interesting as well to see France perform in the losers bracket next week. They will be a team to fear when it does come down to the losers bracket as well.
Yeah, and saying that, they will be facing Finland as well. Finland, just in case you missed the match earlier, Finland did play against South Korea, and they put up a really good fight. For a Seed 30 team, Finland is definitely one to look out for. So Finland versus France here, that is going to be a match to watch. Definitely don't miss out on that next week. I believe we still have a few more matches in this round of 32 to go through before the map will showcase later on tonight. But I just want to say congratulations again to both teams. You both played very well, and congratulations more so to Philippines for making it through. France obviously still out the tournament, and I'm really interested to see how far you guys can make it.
So we're going to have a double stream next day. It's going to be Japan versus Argentina and Indonesia versus Italy. I think those matches will be pretty close, I would say, especially Japan versus Argentina, which is going to be happening in an hour. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and just, this is something that needs to be mentioned. Obviously, we are in the World Cup now. Have you ever wondered, how can I support my favorite country while also looking swag in the process? Well, look no further. Osu Banners have caught your back right there, my friend. For the incredibly low price of just $2.50 USD, you can swag out your profile more than you ever have before. Not only that, by the way, you can buy multiple. You can support the same country several times. You can support every country that's participating in the World Cup, as many as you want. Go crazy with it. With only a few clicks of your mouse, you can support the World Cup, support your team, support your favorite country, all that jazz. And if the country you support wins the World Cup, you get to keep that banner on your profile for the whole year until next MWC.
Quite the investment, I would say. If you just ever want to make your profile a bit more fabulous, glamorous, it's even cheaper than a meal at McDonald's or Wetherspoons. So, might as well go out and get that, show your flair, because OC banners pretty much last for a lifetime.
One could say. But that is going to be it for this match. We will see you 55 minutes from now on the A stream where we'll get Indonesia versus Italy. But also don't forget there is also a B stream where we'll be seeing Japan versus Argentina. So we will see you from 55 minutes from now. Take care.
Goodbye.
Welcome back to the Oceania 4K World Cup 2025. We bid you good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone. For sure, it's a nice evening in Korea, and it's a nice, well, morning/afternoon in Finland, and those countries are gonna dish it out right now. Live on stream on twitch.tv/OCLive. I am Petrolash. I'll be commentating with Mashed Potato. How are you?
Doing good. I'm excited to see kind of the sort of scores both these teams are going to be able to produce this time around. Actually, looking at the qualifier score, we can see that Finland's actually super Rise orientated. Which is quite surprising compared to like previous iteration when there was like the likes of Lovely N. So Finland used to be quite Ellen focused. I think back then, maybe a couple of years before. And now you can see
historically, Finland was pretty well known to be kind of a specialist, a small specialist underdog from the likes of Lovely N and some other players that were likely influenced by Lovely N. But Finland right now is one of the Nordic countries, one of the Rise Nordic countries. Funnily enough, the last match I had to commentate was involved Denmark, which was also a Rise-oriented Nordic country, which is really funny to me.
Maybe a new trend within the Scandinavian countries. Who knows? Who knows at this point? But on the other hand, you got the Goliath of this matchup, South Korea. You got basically most of the roster stayed the same from previous year, but are seeing Buzzchan actually coming in for this year roster. I think that's the only person from this year roster, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember Buzzchan coming in for 4DM last time. I think it was in 2024. No, 2023 actually. But yeah, Buzzchan, a very well-versed person in the community as a whole, not only tournament but also mapping-wise.
And we're going to see the picks and bans, and as expected, South Korea banning Rises, considering how good Finland is on the qualifiers, so no surprise there. And they are going to be banning Hybrid Free on the side of Finland. Also, I think expected as well. The Hybrid Free is quite abrasive. It's non-straightforward when it comes to compared to the other two hybrids. Lots of staggered releases, understandable on the bans. And now Finland's going to get the first pick, and I suspect it's going to be something like Rise 4, more technical. Just hit it straight off the bat, go hard. When you're underdog, you have to pick something that might be a bit unexpected.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see South Korea going for the Rise 1 ban, and I feel like that's a pretty common early game strategy, banning the most like consistency based, relatively speaking for a seed number 3, a consistency like chokeable entry against some of the underdogs.
And now we're getting the first pick. Let's see what it is. But interested to see. Also, I think they actually already did their protects as well. So Free being protected by Korea. I hope to see Rise Free. I love high score. I love to see some 999Ks and being surprised by people getting 999Ks, even if they can
Shock, the horror. Seed number 3 gets 99K in round 32. It's happened a couple of times already.
Yeah, I saw. Was it US against Denmark? They got like, I think the roster was like averaging 999K. It's not even like 1%. It's just the whole roster averaging 999.
Yeah, like the likes of Dev and Netogen being part of the American roster. Also, the addition of Minwoo as a Rice sharpshooter is definitely really scary. Not a good matchup for Denmark, I dare say. But we are going into this beautiful Rice number 6, which is Cosmic Crisis, map by Meta Telegram. So gonna be interesting to see how Finland handles this technical pick. Gonna be spelling the match right now on the Rise category.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not too much of a catastrophe pick. Thanks Els for the fun.
Wink, wink. Nudge,
Wink,
nudge.
wink. Nudge. And here we go. I think on the left-hand side, you can see this left-hand side of South Korea, this roster, this looks scary. Like, just like before you even play, you get to see these 3 names. They are just such scary names.
Yeah, legendary names and names that have carried around multiple years at MWC. Gex, Puka, and Nad, all like Hall of Fame members of South Korea, really.
I think Puka is actually the only person who won in the MWC 2023 roster. Like, the year that they beat Brazil in this decade. But actually, looking right now, you can see it's actually quite even. Everyone on the side of Finland is actually above 99.86%. And we're already, like, there's already quite a lot of, like, difficult patterning with the 175 from Jack. So, actually, Nad getting a couple of drops now. Now their accuracy is down to 0.2. Now the score is even.
Yeah, going into the main drop, we're gonna see how Finland can maintain this type of accuracy. This accuracy actually matches South Korea pretty well. Gex and Puka just are keeping their heads slightly above 99.5. Puka just dipping a tiny bit below, but not that much, mind you. So that advantage, that cohesive performance coming from Finland is going to net you there slightly 221 points.
There's no way Finland will take this. Nad's struggling a lot.
No, Scratchy, no!
Oh, it's still not a miss. That's the thing. It's still a three-way full combo. That's all they need right now.
But when the margin of error is like 221 points, one single 200 spells Doom right now, which is kind of crazy to think about.
There's still a couple more, a few hundreds more notes coming. All eyes are on Nad trying to increase that accuracy.
No! The eyes on Nad actually cursed them, and they miss!
There's no way. There's no way he missed on that. Oh, wow. And
yeah,
that is
sure.
spelling catastrophe.
Yeah, sure. All eyes on Nad. Instantly misses. Wow, what did you do?
I don't know. But, because that Finland would get to take the first point of this match.
What an upset from Finland. Seed number 30 takes it 1 point over seed number 3 on their very first pick. I think that was their protect, actually.
No, oh yeah, it's their protect, but still. Look at that, like Stretchy with a 100. But then, like, the accuracy is just so good on the side of Finland, though. 100, 200, and that's it. That's the consistency you're looking for. On the other hand, Puka and Jex just like combined less than 100 300s. Typical day in the office. Nad slightly struggling. I think that's really uncharacteristic. In my opinion, Nad is probably the main Rice player alongside of Gex in this team. So maybe they just start warming up and yeah, Puka taking no time, go straight to LN1 now. This is their bread and butter.
Yeah, so LN number 1 is gonna be it's going to be a bit more LN coordination oriented. So get your release players, get your coordinated players on the field right now. And coming from South Korea, it's like no surprise that they have a very prepared LN lineup.
Yeah, Muschan, I think it's like, when it comes to skill set, it's super similar to Puka. And Citra as well. Very much has been performing really well on the hybrids and long notes. Also really good. I think one thing about the South Korea team compared to the other roster is that this team is just super well-rounded in every individual player. Like, you wouldn't be surprised if the likes of Jackson somehow Nad comes into play in this as well. On the other hand, we actually see Ilya coming in, also Fisu as well. if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah, Finland actually has their dedicated LN lineup, and which is good to see coming from a seed number 30 country. It's good that they have this kind of versatility.
Yeah, maybe the seeding of Finland actually might be a bit underrated. I do know Era Ilya is also pretty long though as well. I think it's already showing up there. 99.7 to start with. I think lots of players would struggle straight away with them. I think it's like a good eye test to see if they well on long note is to look at the first 400 combo, and that's all you need.
But it kind of depends on the pick itself. But this pick in particular really picks up from the beginning and is really super release heavy for an NWC LN1. So it's kind of interesting to see how everyone's handling those releases. Ilya carrying the Finnish team. And South Korea just doing South Korean things. Very coherent team performance right now.
Yeah, but again, it's the business. They had the accuracy, but do they have the combo? I mean, usually it is a yes, but who knows if this one? Who knows if this one? I do have an interesting stats to bring up while this was playing, so it's that actually Finland is the second Scandinavian country to take a point of South Korea ever in NWC.
Yeah, apparently that's a very interesting stats to think about.
Yeah.
So Fisu and Kuraipora are going to roam around the 99.5 mark, which is 0.3 below Citra, which is also below Poke and Buschan, who are averaging around 99.9. Oh no. The miss from Fisu is going to make a dent in the score gap here, but Buschan trades.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. I mean, that wouldn't matter if it disconnects. The score will be count as it is. And yeah, the MP League says that South Korea has won their pick by 22,000. I think it's just a bit of an internet issue, but yeah, Poker says bad score. Also, Poker.
997k bad score.
That's. I hate it when I perform badly. Like
also,
you know.
What happened with Buschan? 4 misses? Like that was kind of a hiccup. Strange hiccup.
Yeah. I think it's kind of expected, in my opinion. Not expected, sorry. I think one of the things on Buschan is that Buschan is really consistent in like getting low 200s, 100 count. It's just the misses. I've casted quite a few matches that Buschan has played in, and I think it's like a common occurrence. Maybe it's due to nerves, or maybe it's if they are using a rapid trigger keyboard, could also be that as well. It is quite a common issue within Mania.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to think about the ramifications of rapid trigger in Mania. So the way it's mostly used is for like really high physicality maps, but people tend to use rapid trigger as a default because rapid trigger versus non-rapid trigger has kind of different defaults in terms of timing and accuracy wise.
And now we're going to be seeing cold storage, and we're going to be seeing a substitution coming in South Korea. So instead of that, we're going to be seeing An Yi, which also is another really strong Rise player. I think any player in South Korea is just super strong. Like, you have to be like the top tier player to even make it into this roster. And on the other hand, we're going to be seeing... sorry, you can go ahead.
No, that's fine. But I was just going to mention that South Korea does have an extensive, tournament scene. The names of the Korean extraterrestrial tournament. The infamous KET. I think this year was the second iteration of the KET. And many players, many even poolers are know of the map pools, how ruthless they are, especially towards finals and grand finals. I feel like grand finals and finals and grand finals exceed MWC in terms of difficulty.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think also another tournament to point is also the media Chinese tournaments. So both of those tournaments are famous on having extremely high skill cap map pool. Like this is like 1-2 stage past NWC grand finals. Like it is just insane the sort of maps that they choose in those tournaments. The other hand though, those sort of maps you won't be seeing it in Mania World Cup. This is more just lower end accuracy. So it's different. It's very much different. And we can see right now, straight off the bat, Korea does have a bit of a stronger accuracy fundamentals as expected, but we saw what happened on the last Rice pick. A singular miss, a singular hiccup is all Finland needs to take the points.
Yeah, with that out of the way, it is Angi's job to show what they're capable of for the Korean team. And right now, South Korea does have the advantage going from Poca and Gex, around 99.95 average accuracy. However, Finland is not too far behind.
Kulai Poor actually doing super well, so 99.93, trying to equalize that of Gex and Poca. Stretchy's doing quite okay. Actually, everyone's above 990k score barrier right now, which is quite insane considering this is still not an easy map to... Yeah, this map is not easy. 200 BPM tech with a lot of mini jets. It's going to be quite difficult with quite a lot of one-handed drills as well.
Yeah, Kalaipora for Finland right now, capping at 99.92, trying to reach 99.93, which is a really good sign. Breathing Stretchy a tiny bit behind, but not too far behind. So the advantage coming from South Korea is going to stabilize towards 4,000 points. So one miss and it's going to go towards him.
Yeah, one miss and it's South Korea over. It's going south. It's going south. There's so many ways to say things would go wrong, but it just looks like they're so consistent. I think like Abby is one of those more of like combo players than anything else. So they may not have the best accuracy compared to the likes of Poca, but when it comes to like scaling up to like grand finals, Abby can still get the full combo, and Stretchy with that miss over there.
Yeah, no, that's not where I was hoping to see the miss here, because yeah, that just solidifies the lead from South Korea. But even without the miss, South Korea would have taken the points. So Stretchy can just avoid blaming themselves for the loss, because well, South Korea is just that consistent. Wow, those scores.
Yeah, there's not much you can do there. You know, the funny thing is that like Abgigi 995k actually has the worst ratio. The worst ratio at this lobby is a 1-to-10 ratio.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to think about.
Now I just want to see Rice 3. Like someone has to pick Rice 3, considering how good everyone's ratios are. Oh yes, the VTuber long node density pick. Minato Aqua, my beloved.
Oh, sevens from the chat for Minato Aqua.
Oh, sevens, you will be missed.
Crying.
But crying, I'm shedding a tear for all the Minato Aqua fans out there. But tears aside, we have to look at this pick. I think this is also a very expected pick as well. I expect this is kind of like, again, South Korea's kind of key picks right here. It's the LNs. They're super good on the LN2s as well, actually. I think if you had to pick like kind of a specific long node pick that is like South Korea favorite, like super South Korea favorite, is definitely long node 2. They seem to know the secret sauce behind density. Like they know how to act on the density picks like no other countries can.
Oh my god,
hi Leah, hi chat, hi stream.
I love players being silly in the chat. It always puts a smile on my face.
I know, right? Sometimes it's just for fun. It's not like a game of life and death, and just gotta have fun out here. That's what these players are doing. That's all. That's all we need.
Yeah, speaking of which, we are going into the pick itself, and just you gotta remember that the HF and GLHF stands for have fun.
And it stands for golf.
That's true.
Golf. If you say it in just one word.
Yeah, it's much shorter than GLHF. GLHF's like 4 syllables. That's so long.
Yeah. Just say golf. Or actually, sometimes when I play, I would just write GOLF. Like, just write golf. And hope someone understands it. And no one understands it. Anyways, moving on. Actually, you're going to be seeing, I think this thing, South Korea and Finland is quite similar in terms of their roster lineup. Polka is going to be their anchor, so it's like Kulai Bora on the side of Finland, and then the other two players from both these teams are going to replace them depending on the map that is being picked.
So this being the density pick, so the snaps are going to be pretty straightforward, so it's going to be kind of bread and butter for
hold on.
and Polka, oh no!
You just had to say it. That was on you. It's still really early.
Beginning of the map still, but
I think it's like that is not a big score. Like the one thing about LN Density picks that a miss actually doesn't really mean too much, just because like there's so many notes in there that a miss would only be a few thousand points score lost, and yeah, okay, another miss right there from Kulaipora. You wouldn't want that on the side of Finland, considering Kulaipora has been kind of the carrier. Really, actually,
yeah, that's super unfortunate because Finland definitely still had the lead from Citra's miss, but they can still hope for another miss somewhere.
Yeah, I would say like there's still quite a lot of just areas where you could just drop a miss without even realizing, just like that. Just like that. Pisu getting a miss. No. I mean, one thing is that this is South Korea's pick, so not much to have hope with, but they did have the lead. I think that's the one thing to take away is that I think for a C30 team, like this is still like an extremely impressive range of accuracy. I think quite a lot of other like one thing to know about this Finland team is that like they have a proper lineup for every single skill sets. You can't say that for many other lower seeded teams where they usually have a key skill set, and then for the other maps they just can't play. But look at that, they are still like competable against Korea. Maybe not as of right now, but at the start, it looks like they could have taken it, and that's the really nice thing to take away from the 4 maps we played so far. And just look at the accuracy from Polka. If Polka complains about this score, I'm actually just going to not cast.
Yeah, just going to ignore it completely.
Yeah.
133 out of 3,500 and some notes. Yeah, that's a pretty decent score.
Yeah, decent. Yeah, BuzzChan also like. Yeah, this is the one thing about BuzzChan is that BuzzChan's like ratio and 200 cap is just so immaculate. It's so good. So yeah, both these players basically carried the accuracy through, and now that is the 3rd point for South Korea. Now the question is, are we going to see Rice 3? They have not picked the protects yet, which is Rice 3. You do not know how excited I am if they pick Rice 3. Not just because of the Jack map, but also it's the song. It's such a good song.
Yeah, we've seen 4 picks this far, and I feel like Finland is, as you say, pretty surprisingly comfortable on this 132 map pool. So, yeah, I feel like Finland is definitely not the country that you want to be fighting as a higher seed. And it's kind of fortunate for South Korea that they are this good on early game accuracy as well.
Yeah, actually I forgot that Rice 3 was actually South Korea's protects. Finland Protects was Rice 6, I think. Yeah. They're going to go with the Rice 5. Rice Dubs. Thank you song again. Zutomayo. Can't go wrong with a Zutomayo song. Mapped by Disguise. This is quite similar to the various other local dubs maps, like mapped by like 11-bit or actually or like ska. Quite similar vibes.
Yeah, well, Disguise in particular is particularly, I would say, jacky in terms of musical representation compared to the likes of ska or the likes of, I don't know, Validate.
Oh yeah, Validate. That's the OG dub mapper. Or like maybe like, I don't know, who's like an OG dub mapper? Of course, Lemon Guy. Lemon Guy has some good dub maps, I think. Or like, it's of the packs, if I remember correctly. Might be wrong. Might be spreading misinformation. I don't know at this point. But, what I know, okay, that's going to come in. So making a call after the first pick. Hopefully got their accuracy kind of, it's got their offset, got warmed up properly. Just because you do not want, I think, like, for these top teams, they just want to get it over as soon as possible, just because they do not want to, like, leak some of their practice scores. I'm not sure. Or like, yeah, I think quite a lot of these teams, or top tier teams, they want to finish as soon as possible, so they want to show kind of the scores for the other maps. Maybe might shows potential weakness if the map does draw out for too long.
Yeah, speaking of speedruns, this pick is particularly short, like 1 minute and 45 seconds. That's like almost TV size at one thing.
I think it is basically TV size. Oh, yeah, TV size 130. But the one miss, the thing about these short maps, that one miss here actually means everything. Like, just because of how little amount of note there is, one miss is basically a 10,000 point, a few thousand point swings. So accuracy, sure, it's important, but it is the combo. And you can see everyone is just on the A game right now. The lowest, I repeat, the lowest accuracy is 99.89 from the side of Finland. Look at that accuracy.
Yeah, if Finland can stabilize around 99.9, that's definitely a really good baseline to strike against Korea. If Korea chokes once again, as we've seen before, Finland definitely is in a really good position.
Oh yeah, I think for these Rice picks, they have always been in a good position. Always super close to South Korea. But I think it's just the slight accuracy edge that makes it a bit more difficult, and Finland has to hope that someone on the South Korea miss or get some bad egg drops. But looking at Nat right now, he has got his accuracy back again, got his A game, 99.9. And Kulaipora there.
Coming from Kulaipora, the miss in a 1 minute and 45 seconds is definitely going to be rough. But Nat trades!
There could still be some more maps left. There's still some more miss potential. Okay,
no,
that's not
Kulaipora with the second miss!
Focus. Wait, there's still some more maps!
Oh! That double trade!
This is actually way messier than I thought.
Like,
wow.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to witness that, especially towards the ending. It's such a short map. It's such an intense map.
And like, I didn't expect for such a good start for everyone. Actually, I think by the halfway point, everyone was still at 99.85 plus. The complete collapse, not just on Finland, but also on the side of Korea. They only have one FCs to boot on both sides. GEX getting 997.8. Oh
yeah, let's go. Rice number 3. They, you know, they wanted to show off a little bit with their protect.
I think you just have to. Like, I think Korchak is one of those things where, like, you just know it's just an accuracy battle. It's just that. And I think Finland's also just as ready as well. And Focus says, Rice free, try 100%. Oh boy. I remember once, like, I casted, or at least it was in Wi-Fi tournament where Focus playing in, and he got like 100%, like actually just 100% in like Score B2. So he's not joking when he said try 100%. They're not joking.
Yeah, 142 VPN is definitely comfortable enough for tournament players this caliber. And I'm also very interested to see what Finland can do on this bit.
I'll say this is also another one where actually the missed potential is actually quite high despite it being only a Jack map. Just
It's 3
because
minutes long, so it's
yeah, it's 3
3
minutes.
diluted. Yeah.
3 minutes long, you have to concentrate all the way through. Awkward patterns there, so I would say it's too bad. But it's just like if you're too focused on trying to get your MA up. This is like a common mistake people usually make, is that like they're too focused on trying to get the accuracy up that they kind of forget, or at least like forget to press a couple of notes, and that's it. And that's the score lead for your team. So it's just about balancing getting the MA, getting good enough MA while also being able to full combo. Not like the previous map.
Yeah, I kind of compare it to kind of repeating a word over and over again. When you repeat one single word like over and over again, you tend to forget what it means. And Core Jack kind of feels the same way to me. If you over-focus, you kind of forget what Core Jack is. And you kind of forget how to play on the field, which is a really scary feeling.
I love to play this game where we're gonna see who's the last person to drop the 100%. That's why I feel it is 100% anymore. It's just Jax. Oh, actually, Polka dropped down to 99.4 now. Oh no!
Unfortunate choke coming from Polka. Unfortunate 07s.
07s. No more 100% from Polka. But there's still 100% from Jax. And actually on the side Finland, everything's above 99.9.
The dream is dead.
The dream is dead. Is South Korea over?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be their defeat. Even if they win the point, it's going to be South Korea's defeat.
Yeah, cancel them. Wait, actually, they're increasing the accuracy up to 99.99.
Yeah,
the 100%
still
team.
get the rounding error.
Yeah, they can still do it. They can still do it. On the side of Finland, though, look at just everyone's accuracy is so strong. This is like, I think one thing to point out is that the Finland's team performance. This is not what you expect for a team for a C30. This is actually really scary. Everyone's above 99.9. Lowest accuracy in the board, 99.91 from Tomsko and Stretchy, and that's just insane.
Yeah, the structure of this map is particularly interesting because it kind of employs a progressive structure with the high end of the map being towards the ending, the last quarter.
I think it's quite a nice idea to have as well. Just having it the hardest part at the end can trip someone up. And here we go, we're going to the final third of the map. Everyone's still holding the full combo. Stretchy has dropped the accuracy down to 99.82. A couple of 200s there. Tomsko at 99.9. On the left hand side, we can just see 99.99, 99.98, and another 99.98. The amount of nines on the screen makes you feel German.
No! Please, no! In any case, South Korea averages 99.98 in terms of accuracy, which is why they had this protect in the first place. Buschamp drops a tiny bit, coming from 99.7, however. Clyde capping at 99.96. Scratchy dropping a little bit of accuracy, not a good sign for Finland.
Oh, I kind of forgot, we're already approaching at the end of the map, and that is the team score to have. I think that actually beats out the US in terms of team score. I think the US got 2.995. So this is actually a flex and a half. Actually, everyone did super, super well. The team score from Finland is not to be messed with. I think just a freeway full combo with that ratio, I think that would beat out quite a lot of the team in the lower bracket. And taking a point from South Korea as well. I think Finland has done super, super well, and they should be super proud of their performance.
Yeah, as Polka echoes in the chat. That was such a bad match for South Korea. They had some really awful scores today. Congratulations on those terrible scores, really, and congratulations on the victory against Finland.
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
horrible
guys.
scores. Horrible scores. Do better next time, guys. No 100%. Really, guys?
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
they're
anyways,
going to-
jokes aside, Finland's a really surprising team, a surprising performance coming from them. Because coming from a seed 30, we didn't quite expect this kind of performance coming from a seed 30, and I'm really looking forward to see what Finland can do in the losers bracket.
Yeah, so it's going to be South Korea facing the winner against Philippines versus France, I think. And the loser of that match also faces Finland as well. Interesting matchup, to say. And I think
no,
yeah.
the profiles between Finland and those two other teams are completely different. So, and round of 16 is definitely going to be interesting, no matter which team ends up in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and just before we end this, we always have our favorite segment to do. It is banners. Would you like to talk about banners, Faturash? It is out.
Wow, it's funny you asked me about those banners. You may have seen on some people's profiles the presence of country banners throughout the World Cups. It is a way to encourage, to support your favorite team by buying banners in the OSU store in order to brandish them in your profile. You can buy multiple banners of the same country and stack them like Minecraft blocks.
Wow, that is crazy. But what happens if I don't have enough money? How about that? What's the price of it? Wait,
what's the price of it?
It's actually $250. It's $250. Just try to make it sound like an infomercial.
Oh yeah, yeah. I completely forgot my prompt here. I do not have a script. I swear.
This is completely impromptu. Yeah, it is actually $250, so relatively on the cheaper. It used to be $4, but we have lowered it down to $250. And again, no restrictions, so go wild. The creativity is yours.
Yeah, absolutely go wild. Like, you can basically buy them like McDonald's burgers. You can order a 30+ menu of 2.50 quarter pounders. I don't know what McDonald's provides these days.
That's true. And if the country you support on the banner does win, you get to keep it for a full year. So your profile looks full year, yes, and your profile will look super nice with the really well designed banners as well. So yeah, go to the OSU store and pick up the banners now. Bye bye.
Speaking of now, next match is going to be. I think here is going to be Philippines versus France, but I do think that the other match is also going to be streamed on the other channel, question mark.
There will be the stream in Asia. I think it's going to be Philippines versus France, going to be the A stream, and China versus Australia in the
Actually,
B
other
stream.
way around, I guess.
Oh, okay, other way around. But there will be both matches happening at the same time, so do have both of them loaded up. But with that, do you have anything else to say, Paturash?
Umapyoi, I guess.
What?
I don't know. You asked me for an ending, I say Umapyoi.
Oh,
Anyways,
okay.
bye!
Well, bye! Horrible.
Alrighty, hello everyone, welcome back to Oceania 4K World Cup 2025. We're now back with this new, fresh, second day of the weekend in terms of round of 32 action coming up here. In this particular block, we're going to have one match in here. It's going to be Vietnam versus Netherlands, the C10 versus C23. I am Mifa, and I'll be joining here alongside Mashed Potato. How's it going?
Hi there. It's going good. As said before, I'm ready to start the morning off with a really interesting matchup, I'll be honest. Very interesting team dynamics. I think Netherlands are more well-rounded in terms of just they have no weak skill sets, but it's not too like high level compared to the likes of Vietnam, who got really high seed on long note hybrid, but really struggled quite a bit on the Rice in the qualifiers. I think they were C20 in general on the Rice, which is basically like the same level as Netherlands. So we'll see how it goes. But looks like the chat's already like 1 hour sleep break. Yeah, the Netherlands having a bit of a disadvantage playing really early on at 10 a.m. So on a Sunday of all time. So yeah, there may be a couple of missing players throughout this match, but we'll update you with the live roster as the match progresses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think in most cases, I guess more European countries have been trying to stay. I guess maybe try to stay awake in the like in the mornings or something, and having to play at like early in the morning or something along those lines. It's kind of an inconvenience, but I guess that's not much you can do in that scheduling.
Yep, sure. No, I do feel like on the side of like the US, I feel like they have to deal with this for so many times because they have to play like the early match when they play against Asian teams. So this is like a recurring issue. It's not just like teams in European countries. I'm sure everyone has to struggle with an early matchups, and unfortunately for South Netherlands, it is kind of one of the match. But let's move on to the picks and bans. I don't think we have seen any picks and bans yet, but and protects. But I think let's just go over through the format first. So both teams will get to. Oh, actually, sorry.
Yeah, Vietnam is actually protecting the US original. I mean,
Yes.
at the very least, Vietnam has been very solid in terms of like the lower half of the pool in terms of hybrid and long nose. They have been seeding just top 10, top 5 or something along those lines in early game hybrids and long nodes. So it should not come as too much of a surprise to having protected that.
Yeah, no. Actually, they got seat 3 in early hybrid and seat 4 in early long node. So I think that's quite fair that they protected hybrids, and the South Netherlands going to protect Rice 4. So I think straight from the protects you can see the battle between long nodes and Rice. It's the age-old tale, as old as time.
Yeah, fairly understandable protected there from Netherlands, being more of the technical side of the Rice picks. Although it should come as no surprise. The Netherlands also seeded fairly well in terms of like early game technical picks. So having cold storage being the protect is not too surprised at all. Although yeah, we kind of see like Netherlands being protected. I guess banning long node 3. Sorry, and I guess it's fair enough. Yet you don't want to touch any of those skill sets against Vietnam.
Yeah, no, you want to stay away from long nodes and hybrids as much as possible if you're the South Netherlands, and just want to continue to hammer Vietnam on some of the tougher Rice picks. Maybe Rice 6, 5, and 4. Those sort of Rice are a good call. It looks like Vietnam's taking their time to choose what to ban. I wouldn't surprise if they ban Rice 6.
I can see Kansai Takuyashiwa being the banning, I suppose. It's not too much of a, I guess, deviation besides cold storage. It's just kind of similar, but not really. It's just dump, and you kind of don't want to deal with choking in dumps.
It just depends on kind of what's the lineup going to be like, considering it's still quite limited right now. I think both teams already has prepped up to this point, but considering how maybe some of the key players didn't show up, they have to change quite a lot of the picks and bans pattern. Maybe actually they're banning Rice 3.
Oh. Fair enough. No, we don't see that. We don't see those bans that often in Core-Jax, but I guess that's the gist of Core-Jax in general. You can do very well on it, or you can just being dunked on in some of the jank transitions in this pick in particular. It's not too straightforward.
Not too straightforward, but still, you wouldn't see Rice 3 being banned in most of the matches. I think so. I think it's usually one of those maps that doesn't get picked at all, just because of how risky it is. And they're actually going to pick with the also original hybrid. Going with hybrid 2, actually, straight to the protects. And we're going to be seeing, okay, so we can see right now there are a few players that we all recognize. So we have Shora and Toxic Sense on the side of Netherlands. I'm pretty sure Quinny Y, I've seen that name somewhere before, but I just can't seem to remember where I see that name before.
I believe they participated last year, in I guess 2024. I may have recognized the name like last year.
I'm just going to look at the 2024 roster just to not spew any misinformation. Oh, actually, it could be their first time. I don't see Quinny Y in 2024. So, yeah, actually, this is a new player, new blood within the team. But of course, you still have Toxic Sen, who is probably one of the most physically strong players within the South Netherlands, and Shora, who has been kind of the 4-digit. He's been really popular within the 4-digit scene, but he's such a good all-rounder. And of course, on the left-hand side, you're going to be seeing China Gaming, Vixal, and Rizuna. Kind of the expected lineup here. I would say without Lot, I would have suspected Lot replacing Rizuna in these sorts of picks, but I think Lot's not here as of right now.
Yeah, starting off here with the first pick, I suspectedly that this would be like the late game picks for this one, but having to pick this very early on seems like they have there's stronger confidence in this.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see everyone's doing quite well actually throughout the whole board. Shora is slightly struggling at 99.4. On the other hand, though, Vietnam's getting at around 99.8, 3% average. Rizuna is slightly behind with 99.74. Netherlands actually quite well with a freeway full combo, and Toxic and Quinny Wise holding the lead, holding the deficit quite well right now. It's only 3,000 point lead, so it's not like it's a complete sweep. It's still within a couple of misses range, and I saw 200 from Rizuna as well.
It seems like accuracy is trying to degrade a little bit on the Shora side. They're having I guess more 200s on the maybe landing. Oh, there you go. There's the first miss on the Netherlands side there. 5-digit lead already.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a double miss from Netherlands, and if it's not already bad, it just got just worse with the 20,000 point lead, and the combo has not yet reached up to the limit, which is at 400. Toxic Set being the only full combo right now, and the accuracy Toxic Set has is only matching of the worst player of the Vietnamese side right now, that of Rizuna. There's still Vixal and Shudan, who's still above 99.8.
Yeah, just holding their ground very well for Vietnam, holding it just the lowest being 99.76. That even just slightly on tie with Toxic Scent, which is the highest on the Netherlands side.
Yeah, we're approaching the last third of the map, and Chidan with a really actually it's got quite a clean drop, but it's still a drop, and the score lead is now going down to around 20,000 points. Still quite a big score lead, but traded by Quinny Y, so yeah, not too much there. I think it's quite obvious to see at this point we'll go to Vietnam after we see double miss from Shora and Quinny Y at the midway map.
More misses coming out from Quinny Y there, and 32,000 points is just it's pretty much unrecoverable. You just see like this kind of dominance in the lead for Vietnam. It doesn't really have too much in the way.
Yeah, I think this is quite a good start for South Vietnam, with a 2.975 million team score with the miss on the South Sudan. Really solid accuracy throughout the board. Actually, even on the right, on the Netherlands side as well, we got 2 single-digit 200 from Quinny Y and Toxic Sen. Toxic Sen also getting 990k on probably one of the harder maps of this pool. Sure, slightly struggling, but still have a pretty decent ratio to boot with the 1-to-5 ratio.
Yeah, 1-0 to Vietnam here. Very good job for both of these teams to play they're absolutely mine. This is pretty hard as a hybrid pick. Let me tell you, this is very hard. In terms of just the sharpshoot and everything. So it just kind of gets to show that the pool itself is not messing around.
Yeah, they're here to make a statement, and it's the Netherlands pick, and I'm expecting maybe it's gonna be one of the harder Rice picks. So Rice 6. So this is going to be your wildcard pick in my opinion. So this is a testament of how well you can transition between the jack patterns. Quite heavy jack patterns, I'll be honest. It's repeating jacks to the streamline patterning. So this has a lot of missed potentials in my opinion compared to the other Rice picks, just because of how awkward the patterns can be.
Yeah, it does. It's actually like it's very reminiscent to like I believe Autotelic has a rank chart of Izumi, which is also by the same artist, and it is very focused on jack transitions. It's very rapid pace, so it doesn't. It kind of feels similar in that kind of concept. You have to contend with transitions in and out of the jacks.
Yeah, and I think that's how the map poolers picked this as well. At 175 BPM I think it's a comfortable BPM for quite a lot of these players, but you never know. In this sort of tournament settings, you can always miss on kind of the easiest sort of patterns. Oh, actually has some reason
a little bit of a 200, late 200 than in the intro.
Yeah, I think he dropped a bit of 200 on the long note, but I suspect the accuracy is going back up again since it's really early to begin with. You can see on the side of Netherlands just why they picked this. They are super strong on the rise.
Not sure why it flickers this early on, even though with a 200. I'm not sure where would they drop in some cases, but it's just neck and neck, basically.
Yeah, it is basically neck and oh, actually Toxic Sen, I think their accuracy dropped down to 99.7, which is like still really good accuracy. It's just that this sort of map, you can get really decent accuracy so if it's at your tempo. And I can think everyone in here, they're really comfortable with this sort of BPM and these sorts of patterns. So this is now becoming like a sharpshooter accuracy test. And everyone's doing really well still. With the highest accuracy being the side of Vietnam, with Vixia and Chidan leading with 99.87. Then Shoya on the side of Netherlands, 99.82. Really decent accuracy. This is still extremely close. We are already halfway through. And the score lead has not moved since the start of the map.
Under 3,000 points. Just general accuracy, which seems Vietnam to have a better grasp than Netherlands now.
Oh wait, this is
very bad. That's a very bad drop.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to point out. So, oh, actually traded by Quinny Y. So actually that worked out quite well for the side of Vietnam. But I was going to point out how I think one of the weaknesses of the side of Vietnam is that I think consistency is one of the bigger issues within Vietnam, is that they can't really get the freeway full combo on these sorts of early game. In my opinion, we saw quite a lot of like uncharacteristic misses here, and it has been traded for now, but it could be an issue later down the line. But the score lead is now ballooning up to around 10,000 points. I think a couple more act drops on the side of Quinny Y. Toxic Sen has picked up the accuracy up to 99.8, but they need a misses. But it looks like we're about to approach the end of the map. There's not much more difficult patterns, just a bunch more mini checks, and Quinny Y missing there, being the nail in the coffin, and it's going to be the first breakpoint for the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, they desperately need mistakes on Vietnam side. Although there's one over there, but it's just the before the transition starts. And other than that, it's actually all good, very good scores. Actually, V1 double S for Mixile, and all things considered, though, the pick itself is very hard to contend with.
Yeah, I would say like the team score of Netherlands is still really strong though. If Queenie White does get this full combo, this might have been a much closer, or potentially even a point on the side of Netherlands, because Queenie White's accuracy is similar to Toxic Sen right there. So that what could have been? But unfortunately, they just have to move on. And now it's going to be these kind of your more standard pick for our hybrids. This is a mix between kind of the standard jump stream picks, your Rise 2 combined with LN2 into a map. And we have this.
It's just a generic hybrid. As you can possibly expect for this kind of chart. This just has the more conventional patterns in a hybrid pick that you would normally expect.
I feel like for considering the issues right now for both of these teams, I think they're just gonna keep the same lineup for both, for no matter the picks. We'll see if there's gonna be any new players joining, but from what I've seen from the clients so far, I think this is going to be the lineup. No new players has joined the lobby just yet.
Kind of see why that this match is just missing half of the players in the entire both teams, really.
Yeah. But it is what it is after all, and you just gotta show up at whenever needed onto the match. And oh, actually, hold on. Okay, so I saw this matches and it's like I saw the chat. It's like they need update 10 seconds. Okay, so I think we should be back now. This is going to be the Osu original, not the original in terms of 2025 original. It's from past originals. OWC 2023. I think we're at this point now where there's so many Osu originals that we can have like a whole map full of reuse original maps with a couple of new Osu originals as well. And it's always good to see that.
Yeah, quite a trend of a rehash. I guess not the terms of song usage in those original. It's always good to have, but rehashing them, although in just slightly different ways in terms of picks, it's always been. It's never like a bad thing.
No, it's always good to continue to support the originals that they've been made for. And here we go. So far, everyone's still holding really decent accuracy and no combo drops just yet. I think as expected for both of these teams, I think in terms of the intro, I think everyone has been doing quite well. No weak performers. It's just kind of the team average on Vietnam. It's just slightly ahead of the side of Netherlands, but as said before, there can be a couple of misses. Oh,
no,
okay, there we
not
go.
like that one. Not like what you
not-
said there. But
okay, no, that's not what I meant there. That's not what I meant. But it's still only the
regardless,
beginning.
there's one miss on the Netherlands side, which it should not have happened over there.
But again, though, there's still quite a lot of, I think, in terms of the density, there's quite a lot of areas where you can miss. And considering how dense this map can be, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the players on the side of Vietnam picks up a chain miss or like a dirty drop somewhere. But it needs to happen. And considering the score lead's already at 15,000, they need either like a really dirty drop or multiple players missing.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to find an opening on trying to get that deficit lowered, but it doesn't seem like it because these kind of LNs, it just really what Vietnam has been holding on to.
I think they're really showing the case why they are kind of the top-seeded teams when it comes to the hybrids and LN's ability. Vigsaw and Cheaton Gaming above 99.85, really showing why I think it has been a trend so far that Vietnam has been quite strong in these sorts of LN hybrid picks. Netherlands trying to, as much as they can right now. Queenie Y and Toxic Sense still holding a double full combo. Sure, it now has climbed to 2,000 combo, but I think this 25,000 point lead is quite irrecoverable.
Like they can afford to have 2 to 3 misses on the Vietnam side to make up to that closing the gap, but it's just widening every time.
Yeah, I think it's just the accuracy difference. I think it's just a matter of how well you can keep your accuracy on. We can see how the side of Netherlands, Queenie Y and Toxic Sense holding accuracy at 99.7, but slowly dropping down a bit. It's still a decent team score on the side of Netherlands though, 2.954 million, despite the miss.
My God, 2v1 double S is on Vietnam side.
What is that? Okay, like what?
I
mean,
remember back in the day when 2023 was Vixile was joining in back in 2023. I assume. I don't think they played like I think that they might be like I guess I wouldn't say the worst performer, but it's definitely trailing behind their other peers, and now showing as the MVP is very refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a breath of fresh air. Laptop, well, let's say he's been playing Osumia on a laptop keyboard, and he's nailing all of these crazy scores. So, yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say. He's been a great improver for the past few years, and it's great to see kind of the newer generation stepping up when needed. And now it's going to be the side of Netherlands. I'm gonna expect Cold Storage is going to be picked, considering that if they pick something else and they lose, it's going to be match points, potentially match points. So I think they might have to go with the Protect, just their comfort zone as early as possible.
Yeah, it has to be there for Tag. They only have one chance left in terms of picking their own. If they happen to win, if they happen to lose that, and they just don't have the opportunity to get picked that.
I think I got a message that I think Lot just got back. I think.
Huh.
I'm
There you
like
go.
reading the chat somewhere. Oh, they're going to pick Rice 4. Yeah, no surprise there. Cold Storage.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pick out their Protect, otherwise, if they don't want to waste that this opportunity to pick anything else.
I didn't know that the BPM is actually 200.1. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I guess it's like Terminal 11 song structure has not been like very straightforward BPMs. It's just dynamic. It almost changes every time because of the rounding.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Okay, at cast it's actually 200.09. Thank you.
Yeah, it's because it's charted in I believe Pizza Charted is on like the Dream and like the editor, so it's not the Dream has this finicky BPM scanning, which has more not rounded, it's just very accurate to the BPM.
I see. Okay, I don't know too much about kind of the mapping tools they use in like modern days. Actually, this is I'm not sure. But we're moving on to the fourth pick, and I think when it comes to like strategy, I think this is a really good pick on the side of Netherlands. Not just because of kind of the current match situation, but also like the map patterning. This, in my opinion, has the highest miss potential, and we can see.
200 on the Jack.
Oh yeah, I mean it's 200 BPM, and I was about to say.
Oh, there you go.
I was there. There you go. I was leading up to it, and it happens. It's not even a curse.
So far, it's looking fine. Although the middle section is pretty much a downtime, so you kind of have to brace yourself to endure the second half of this.
Yeah, I mean it's the second half. That's the most disgusting part of the map. I think the first half is kind of your taster, and this is like bringing a dessert in the middle of your 3-course dinner, and then the main course is the last bit of your dinner. And here we go.
They're looking to keep their composure up and keep their focus up. Really, it's just but no matter what your accuracy is, if you're gonna choke, then I guess you have to kiss that lead goodbye.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen so far that the consistency issue has been playing not just the side of Vietnam, but it's also the side of Netherlands. So we saw a couple of misses here and there. So they have to get a freeway full combo if they want to even have a chance of getting a point, and they're doing that.
The gap is closing in, actually.
Yeah, Cheetah's trying to catch up that accuracy right now. Despite the miss, he's actually trying to get the strongest accuracy out of everyone. Now climbing up to 99.88, beating the accuracy right now.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Under 3,000.
Oh, I think the Scody actually has just increased to 4,000. Okay, so it looks like there's not much
And
more
the ending
maps
though,
left.
the ending is still has still
Oh,
like that. That ending is disgusting no matter what you put at it, and Netherlands
Yeah.
take one victim out of that.
It's the Split Trills right there that claim Queenie Y, and just as quick as that. Oh man, that is a lot of nines, but that is so rough for the Sun Nethers. They got that in the bag. Oh, that is unfortunate. That is extremely unfortunate.
That lead was it's just right there, and it was not clicking for Kinyu there, unfortunately.
I would say it's quite concerning right now, the side of Cheeton, considering that I don't think he has actually he only has one full combo so far, if I remember correctly. I think he has the strongest ratio.
believe,
I think
yeah.
he has a bit. I think it's one of these issues where you have the strongest ratio. I think it's when it comes to accuracy players in tournaments, is that they focus a bit too much trying to get their MA up. But then, because they're trying to focus their MA so much that they can't forget about the combo thing, and it is what it is. After all, they still got the point, but still, that was very dangerous.
And they're gonna go pick then. Actually, this kind of a surprising pick to me.
Actually, yeah, no hybrids, no long loads. What are they doing? Banger song though. I'm not gonna complain. This is still like my favorite song of this pool. So like, I'm not complaining.
Is this where Lot comes in? Because I'm.
Lot comes in.
I mean,
for-
Lot is already in the client now.
Lot's in the client, yes, but is Lot going to play Rise?
No, I mean, I guess there's some switch up. We just don't know.
We just don't know at this point. Our bets is probably as good as any of your bets when it comes to the lineups. Okay, so we're gonna see Lot coming in, replacing Rizuna. Okay, wow. Finally showing up, kind of one of the main. I think one of the core players. I think Lot and Cheeton is going to be kind of the key early game players, alongside Rizuna and Big Sao as well. I feel like Lot would have been playing for all of the maps if he was there.
Well, I hope so, because when you say that Lot was back like 10 minutes ago, hopefully they're warmed up for that.
I feel like they are barely warmed up. Well, let's just wait and see. But on the side of Netherlands, no substitutions. So I think this is just their. I think on the side of Netherlands, they have only 3 players. And I think they're missing their key players as well, under the name of Polygon. Well, I think they're like Toxic Scent, but even more physically strong as well. So I think this could have been a much closer matchup if I would say everyone showed up, because then we get to see like the Rise versus Long Note hybrid dynamic, because then Netherlands would have their A team when it comes to the Rise.
Intro is still pretty eerily close though.
Yeah, it's still close. It is still extremely close despite not having Polygon as their main player. Oh yeah, there it goes again.
Yeah, Cheeton has been like I feel like Cheeton missed like 3 times in this entire match, I feel.
I think this is their. I'm gonna check the MVP link. Okay, Cheeton has missed. This is the 4th time missing in this match.
Oh, that's even worse then. Okay, well,
That's
alright.
quite
Nevertheless,
rough.
Netherlands has the lead, but
No, why did you? Ooh, actually, hold
trade
on.
it out. Not too bad. Actually,
Not
Netherlands
too bad.
still kept the lead.
Yeah, looking like this might be a really bad pick on the side of Vietnam, considering Lot, the player who just came in, is the only full combo for this team right now.
Okay, actually, 1 FC apiece for both teams, and now it's getting yearly close.
Yeah. Oh, but Lot misses there.
There's no FCs on Vietnam side actually.
Wow, I did not expect there would only be 1 full combo in this match.
Oh, no, don't say it doesn't 200 over there.
Wow, that is a
Man,
disaster.
wow, okay, Netherlands on the board now.
Okay, that is actually just a disaster pick on the side of Vietnam.
Wait, 50 300.
This
Hey,
guy.
hang on.
This guy. Bro, this guy. Like, Triton Gaming, like, he is definitely the ratio player. He's kind of like Asray in terms of like accuracy. Yeah. I would say that's like one way. It used to,
I have
like,
to
if
check.
any
I
of the
have
OG
to check.
players.
I have
Yeah.
to check that the score itself is like I believe it's 998.
Yeah, I
If he does if he want to bless it.
Yeah. I would say, like, in terms of the game state right now, it's not like it's any disastrous for the side of Vietnam, just because it's still 4-1. Pick'ems have been ruined or saved, depending on what you picked. For any 5-0 pickers, your
Yeah,
pick'em has been ruined.
I don't use Pick'em, so
Okay, I don't use pick'ems either, but I always say it as a pick'em's ruined. It's always funny to say your pick'em has been ruined.
Netherlands still has two options to go, whether or not they want to pick speed or just pick up jump straight. That's the only thing they have.
I think if you want to get like a couple of misses from Vietnam, Rice 1 is the way to go. I think it's the more easier to miss compared to like maybe like Rice 2. Rice 2 is just, it's really straightforward in my opinion, and even if you miss on Rice 2, just because the map is so dense, you actually don't drop that much points. Never mind.
Wait, hang on. Alright. That's the opposite of what we're trying to expect here.
Okay. What? Like, if you, like, what? Okay, hold on. What? So
Vietnam's picking Rice, which is not working in their favor, but Netherlands picking LN is even a head scratcher to me.
I'm confused. I'm like beyond confused, I'll be honest. And we're going to see a new player on the side of Netherlands, onto 199. So we got to see 4 players on each team now. So EP. I think yeah.
I mean, good thing is that Lot is playing like more of a long nose here, so they have some ammunition to go.
Yeah, I would say this is kind of your. I think for the side of Vietnam, this is the A roster, the A team. I'm not sure on the side of Netherlands. I know probably Schreier when it comes to early game, he's probably gonna be the mainstay. So is Toxic Scent. I don't know too much about onto 199. I think he did play. Oh, sorry, they did play last year.
Oh wow, there's a lot of 200s at at the beginning.
Yeah, the fact that this is not the first time I've seen a player struggle at the beginning, this shows how tough this sort of Allen one can be. And already, Onto's already struggling quite a bit, below 99%. Maybe not too comfortable with the release aspect. And you can just see like the difference between kind of a team that's more Allen orientated and a more Rice orientated team. Just look at that accuracy on the left hand side right now. No one, I repeat, no one's below 99.8.
Yeah, the hit distribution for, I guess, most of the bottom half of it, it's just all over the place. Like Onto is holding 200s, 11 right, but yeah, Vixar had taking a miss, but that lead is not gonna dent anywhere.
Yeah, no, not really. They need a couple more actually. Maybe. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. Yeah, the accuracy is still way out the side of Vietnam, and Onto missing there. I think that's. Yeah, I think that long note 1 pick. It's pretty much a head scratcher when you have 2 other Rice picks. I think one way to look at it is that you don't want to like leak your other like scores on the other Rice. In my opinion, like if you know like long note is already your weakness, then you might as well hide your team score on the other Rice picks.
I mean, it's not so much of a league, I guess. It's just kind of it's not much of a worthy of an experimentation whether or not their next opponent is gonna make up for much.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I just saw like the chat on stuff, and okay, it looks like the chat went up to some shenanigans earlier, but it looks like the shenanigans, the buffoonery on the side of Vietnam is going to end with the Vietnam going to take the match 5-1. I think quite an expected score. for this match, not really too much in terms of the lineups. I think this match could have been a lot more closer if both teams have their A lineups. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and for the South Netherlands, they're going to the losers bracket. They're going to face, I think, the losers of the Thailand matchup. I just forgot who was it. I think it's Mexico. I think Netherlands going to face Mexico, while Vietnam is going to face Thailand in the round of 16 in the winners bracket.
It's going to be a repeat of the last 2 years of that matchup because Vietnam has been fighting against Thailand in 2023. Back in the time, back when the tiebreaker was in, it's actually kind of funny now that you think about it.
Yep, and that match did not end well outside Vietnam, losing in tiebreaker with a Pavin full combo, if I remember correctly.
It was.
Yeah,
and
but
he just cursed the hell out of it in the tiebreaker. It's just not faring well. But regardless, this is a different matchup. Hopefully, no shenanigans of just dropping points everywhere.
Yeah, no, I hope that for both sides, as well for Vietnam and Netherlands, they get to play with their best roster possible, considering that it's going to be very important matchups for both of these teams. So, hoping for the best for Netherlands and Vietnam. But let's move on to, I think, my favorite segment of this match is probably going to be banners. I said banners are up. If you go into the Osu store, you can see there are Osu Mania World Cup banners for the price of $250, and there is no restriction on this. This means that you can get as many banners as you want, however configuration you want it to be. If you want to support your country and you want to support it by buying 30 banners, you can do it. If you want to support all 32 countries, you can also buy it. And the nice thing, if you do end up buying all 32 countries banners, is that one of the country in there will win the Osu Mania 4K World Cup 2025, and at the end you actually get to keep the banner, and it will look really, really nice on your profile. So do head to the Osu store to get your banners now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can stack all 32 banners if you want to, just to make your friends scrolling down your profile to be kind of irritated because they can see the scores or whatever. But that's just the way it is. And of course, the purchase of the banners will definitely really help the support of the teams participating in this World Cup, and all proceeds are definitely going to the prize pool itself.
So yeah, as for, do check out the store. But we will have a match in 1 hour from now. It's going to be Korea versus Finland. So do check that out. But with that, do you have anything else before we close this match, Mifa?
Yeah, I believe that we also have a little bit of we definitely have a caster switch, of course, for that particular matchup. And although you kind of don't want to miss the next, 3 to 4 or 5 matches that are coming up right on the side of on your screen there, especially when you see teams like Japan versus Argentina, Indonesia versus Italy. Those are the idols that you kind of want to look at for. So definitely that matchup is not going to be missable.
Yep. So yeah, see you all in 1 hour from now. Goodbye.
Yeah, see you in the next hour.